Yeah, and it's my mom. Hang on a minute, this will be fun. Mom, I'm gaming right now!
Yes. Yes, you are.
Mom, I'm gaming right now! With my friends, Mom!
Hey, don't do me! Hey, I'm here too!
Mom! I'm gaming with my friends! What do you want?
Hey,
And I'm streaming, Mom! Mom!
I'm hanging up.
I love you, Mom.
Only 5 minutes left. A fire team that fights together stays together. Double down. Tell them to line up faster. Fantastic work.
Oh my God. I didn't just do that, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I think Marv would have been very proud of me in that moment.
I have the holocron. See here. You didn't make it, Grease. Here? Should you get out?
Ah! Ah! I don't know what happened there. Wikipedia for me, but I have a Wikipedia. And I hate it. Oh wait, is that empty? Tell me that's an empty suit. Okay, it's an empty suit. Okay. Oh, but I don't like the music that's playing. I do not care for the music that is playing right now. And there's a lot of ammo around here. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there. I could have swore that was somebody hanging there.
Which
And
should be the upcoming update that's...
What the hell is that?
That is Barry. Barry. So you gotta say hey to Barry.
So is this the haunted house in the Halloween season?
More or less.
And they just keep all their
just keep going along.
other
You're doing
prop?
fine. You're doing fine.
Oh, fuck, what was that? What is that? What the hell is that?
What was that? I don't know. You tell me.
What was that? Okay, yeah, you know what, T? You know I will get you for this.
Yeah,
I will get you.
Bullshit! You're the one, dude. You're the one that took me to TWA at night. I don't want to fucking.
Oh, well, I missed this.
All right. Anything on your EM?
Do you want to play ball with me? Okay. Fuck that.
We are off and running, chat. Here we go. All right, Phil, move forward. Now, Phil, I will tell you right now, I will not leave you alone in this game. Open this door, Phil. Open this door to your left.
The one that I'm okay.
Yeah, the one on the left. Okay, walk in there. And read what is on the portrait, Phil.
How was that? Was that you?
No.
Because I didn't read anything and I just heard a noise.
No, just
Magna.
Fuck you, babe. This is awesome.
That switch does not seem to do anything. Exactly. It just shuts off the armor.
Oh, no,
It shuts off the armor.
Alright, let me see if there's a switch over here. These switches here.
That was not us.
Again. Alright.
I think I heard Sabrina say mom.
Huh?
What?
She didn't
I thought
say
you were in
anything.
another room.
No, she didn't say anything.
Did you not?
I heard that.
I thought that was.
I thought that was Serena. I heard Mom.
Me too.
I heard it too.
It wasn't.
That was not a real person.
I'll tell you what, I know, I'm gonna take a seat over here.
Maker.
Maker. You're probably told not to speak to strangers. And that's fine. That's fine. My name is T. And over there's my...
Was that you squeaking?
Ooh, no, that wasn't. I heard that.
Yeah, that's now I hear you squeaking.
I heard
What was that? It sounded like a voice.
I don't, it did.
Yeah, it wasn't your because
No, it wasn't me. It wasn't.
doesn't
Nothing got
sound
caught
like
in my throat. There was. I marked it, but it was a mumble. Did you heard that, right?
100%.
Cat, I swear, are you really doing this to me? Are you seeing this? Ah! Damn it, Cat! Don't. Oh my God! The cat. You little jerk! Man? What did you do to my game, Cat? I swear to God.
Is that still going off in there, Tina? I would like the cat balls. Someone needs some cat balls.
What was that?
Someone needs some cat balls. You have.
What is that? What is that? Do you hear that, Pip? It's a very wow. Hang on. It's a very rushed. It sounds like a rushed whisper.
Someone needs some cat balls.
I'm now slowing it down to 175. I'm hearing turn around. Does anyone else hear that? Which is ironic when you think about it, because usually people say, "Oh, all theaters are haunted." I don't think all theaters are haunted.
Well, this one's definitely definitely.
I mean, something's.
Yes. Yeah. Oh yeah.
But
They're just not talking to us right now.
they're just not talking to us right now.
You want to go into the green room?
But I ask you, since when does an actor never want to talk about themselves?
Yeah.
Hi everyone, it's me, Twitch Dad, and I'm here. Yeah, this is where it starts to get super creepy. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be, chat. I'm just gonna come out and say it. This is the game Cyberpunk 2077 wanted to be. So there you go.
Well, pitter patter, let's get at her.
Okay. Glad I got that out of my system. Overriding it can destroy my software, but I made that choice when I hooked into the first computer and the consequences it would bring. I'm sorry we won't see the outside together. I thought I needed to carry on the memories of humanity to hold on to the past, but I see futures in companions and you. Here, let me take that off of you. You were my friend, the very best I could have asked for. Oh, damn it. This is gonna be another Last of Us ending where I cry, isn't it? I'm tearing up already. Oh. He's headbutting him. Oh. Oh, my heart! Oh, my heart! Oh. am I crying in a video game? Oh my god. I did it, hon. I did it, hon. I finished Stray. Worth every minute. Worth every minute. I'm gonna be back just a little bit.
What?
I wonder if she's pregnant.
She does look like. I was just wondering if her belly was a little bit big.
Yeah,
Maybe that might be why she's hungry.
that might be.
So, Jack, you are upset that Wesley fought for Virginia, fought against his own people from Gettysburg. That must have been aggravating.
Did you just whisper? Did you just whisper?
Keep going. Everything you got. Oh, I don't know. I'm worried. He's back at red.
Come on.
Oh no.
Steve
We got him.
Saylor! Steve Saylor! You did it! You did it! Congratulations, Steve Saylor! You just picked up your second seal. That's a motherfucking raid seal. Let's fucking go! Let's fucking go!
I fucking love it when T gets hyped.
With a teammate entirely of your clan. Hold on. I'm going for it.
Right?
Yeah, you just saw 80 inches of me touching my nipples on your wall. You're never gonna look at your wall the same way again. Okay. It is true. It is very true that Evie has gotten a wee bit thuck since we rescued her. So she was Evie Wee or Eve Wee when we first picked her up, and you know what? She's all that in a bag of chips. She really is. Hey everybody! You are ready for another exciting, well, I think it's exciting, Grim Gazette that's coming up tonight. But right now we are just chilling. It's give everybody, a good solid hour to get here. As you can see, well, as you can't see, Benedict is doing his usual pacing game. He knows I got treats today. I picked up brand new treats, everybody. I picked up brand new treats, and yeah. We're gonna be treating the cats very soon. So just hang tight, be patient for that. Hope you all had a good Tuesday. Mine was uneven. I'm not gonna lie, mine was uneven. It was a weird Tuesday. I got some news back that was even weirder. Seems appropriate considering it's Grim Gazette Day. Now, for those of you who are new to the stream, in about an hour or so, I'm going to be starting up the Grim Gazette. This is the live recording that is from the Friday thing that I do on OSI. Now, if you don't know OSI, we got a lot of catching up to do. So I'll go on ahead now. I'll bring everybody up to speed. Mika, good to see you. Cammy, thank you to being here as always. So you had firsties today. Thank you very much. We had someone new in chat. If you're out there, hi. Hi. I'm assuming that's what you wanted me to do. Oh, is that Vi? Is that Vi? Really? Really, Vi? Really? Clip worthy. Well, then you got to get on that, Vi. Hi. Hi. Okay. Man, I'm tired.
That's what she said.
Look at that. I saw what you did there too. Yeah. Oh, and somebody, Travis Hall with the follow. Thank you very much for that.
Yes.
I've been wanting to watch this movie again.
More of that, please. More of that, my girl.
There's another one. I just remembered what it is. He's test driving a car for Le Mans in that. And one thing I love about this movie too, one thing I love about Ford v Ferrari is that it's Christian Bale actually allowed to do his actual accent, because he's got this very strong, you know, almost like Idris Elba. He's got a bit of a Cockney in him, eh? And he comes in, right? And he's playing this very famous race driver. Sorry, don't know the name. But at one point he's testing the car, right? Yes, Cammy, he's got a wicked cool accent. In fact, let me see if I can. I tell you what, I will find that and feature it in tonight's Grim Gazette. Christian Bale's actual accent. How about that? So let me first dig up a clip. Let's see. We'll call this Christian Bale actual accent. I'll go you one further. If you remember the film Henry V, Kenneth Branagh's
so good at adapting these accents.
Kenneth Branagh's
so much that
Kenneth Branagh's very first film, right? Kenneth Branagh's first feature film. Okay. If you remember Henry V, you remember there was a character basically known as Boy. I mean, that's it, Boy. And he carried the banner at the Battle of Agincourt, and Henry Hal basically picks up his dead body and carries him across the field, and they're singing Nanobi Sum Te Deum, and he lays the young child's body on top of the cart, because they're collecting the bodies from the Battle of Agincourt. But you also see the boy earlier in the film. He is at the Boar's Head Tavern, right? He's at the Boar's Head Tavern, and that boy is Christian frickin' Bale. Batman basically shares the screen with the director of Thor. And that is in the original. That is in Kenneth Branagh's debut film, Henry V. And if you've never seen it, it's really good. I mean, it's where you realize, oh, if you understand Shakespeare, you'll actually make it. You know, you'll make that connection with people. So anyway, okay. So I picked up our first clip of the night, which is Christian Bale. Christian Bale, and you actually hear his actual accent. Okay, at least I hope this isn't a gag. This isn't a gag. A gag reel. Let me just double check. Hang on. Let me just see here. Hold on.
Plan had I not been able to.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Perfect. This is gonna be fun. So anyway, Christian Bale. He's got a bit of an accent, eh? And in this in Ford v Ferrari, he's driving this. He's test driving this car. Excuse me. He's test driving this car, and this one he does he does this.
Yes.
He's just kicking in the gear.
More of that, please.
More of that, my girl. And then later on, they come back to the car, and he's going, "Giddy up, giddy up," and he's kicking in gear again. I mean, I am not a gearhead. I am not one of these guys that really goes nuts over cars. I am not that guy. But man, movies like Ford v Ferrari, Rush is really good. And the funny thing is that they really play up Chris Hemsworth, because he was coming fresh off of Thor and the success of that, and then he was in the film Rush, where he plays James Hunt. He plays F1 driver of legend and lore, James Hunt. But when you watch Rush, I'm not as focused on James Hunt as I am on Niki Lauda. That guy was a freaking legend. And Niki Lauda is played by Daniel Brühl. For those of you who are up with your Marvel, I can't remember the name of his character, but he plays Baron Zemo. Baron Zemo from Falcon and Winter Soldier, and from Captain America: Civil War. Yeah, Baron Zemo. Zemo. That guy. He's also in The Alienist, but it's Daniel Bruhl, and Daniel Bruhl, zero idea. Zemo, thank you, Scott, Baron Zemo. You would know him if you saw him. He's the guy that in. Yeah, he can be creepy as hell, but he really is fun. And actually, Anthony Mackie had a real funny story about it. He said, "Yeah, man, you don't realize what a baller Daniel Bruhl is until you're overseas." And he is like a god among men. And he told the story about how they all he and Anthony and he and Sebastian Stan, Mackie and Stan were waiting at an elevator, and the door parts and just steam comes out, and there's Daniel Bruhl in like a bathrobe, and he's got this hood over him, and he just looks up and he goes, "Gentlemen." He's like, and I mean, you know, I dig Daniel Bruhl. I think he's a terrific actor. He freaking brings it in Rush. He is phenomenal as Niki Lauda. And while I never saw Niki Lauda race, I did see him like behind the scenes with Sir Lewis Hamilton when he was like a senior advisor over at Mercedes. And it was, he was a great Lauda. He was a great Lauda. So yeah, Rush. Watch the film Rush. It's a really good film. But man, Ford v Ferrari, I was all over it. Now, have I seen the new film where Adam Driver is playing Ferrari? I have not seen that film yet. I don't think it's come out yet. Don't know if I'm up for it. But like I said, I mean, I have Drive to Survive to thank for turning me into an absolute bit of a gearhead now. Not as bad as Mika though. Man, I feel like when it comes to F1, I struggle to keep up with Mika. The way I am with James Bond, that's the way Mika is with Formula One, without a doubt. Without a doubt. I mean, I can tell you directors, I can tell you locations, I can tell you, but man, when it comes to F1, I'm surprised Mika isn't like building an F1 car in his garage. Oh, I'm sorry, where he is, they call it the garage, and yeah, I just picture Mika making little Formula One cars for his rats. That's my headcanon. I'm sticking with it, Mika. I'm sticking with it. I know he's out there somewhere. Anyway, so yeah, I'm looking forward to tonight. Got a few good ones. Got a few good ones for everybody. Did Pip just send me a tickety talk? She just sent me a tickety talk, I think, for tonight. Let me just double check. Yeah. Oh, I've seen this one. Yeah. We did this one. All right. So anyway, hey, Bewilder, how are you? Good to see you. No, he wouldn't be building soapbox cars. As much knowledge as Mika carries in his head over Formula One, he's making little mini Formula One cars for his rats. Seriously. We need so here's the beautiful thing about Blurp. You can actually go to Blurp, or at least I think you can go using the extension that's on my board, and you can go on ahead and you can actually search for other sounds that are not necessarily my thing, Semi-lurking as it's 4 a.m. Where are you again, Bewilder? Where are you again, Bewilder Beast? I'm trying to remember. Yes, with bits. With bits. You can do that. If you have bits, yes. That's the whole thing with the... Oh, India. Gotcha. Okay. I have heard some stories, Bewilder Beast. I've heard some stories about paranormal investigators in India. I hear you guys are freaking rock and roll. It's like R&R, but with ghosts. Yeah. I know my Bollywood. That is a ridiculous movie, and I freaking eat it up like a chicken tikka masala. I mean, now granted, I realize that's not real Indian food. There's the Indian food that you guys made for the Brits, and then there's the actual cuisine, which I believe you put spice in the water. So, good on you. Anyway, how did I get down this rabbit hole? Jeez. I would, yeah, but I have heard, Bewilder Beast, that Indian paranormal investigators, it's like, you know, it's like Zach Baggins cranked up to 20. So you are definitely gonna have to find me sometime for a future Grim Gazette. I would love a clip of Indian, like the best of Indian paranormal investigators, just so I can see what they do and how they do it. And I tell you something too. I always find it fascinating when you look at paranormal investigations around the world and from different parts of the world. I've curated my YouTube to not show anything Indian. Wow, man. Turning your back on look, your culture makes some really crazy movies, and I love it. I love it. I mean, R&R was, that was like the 10 commandments of Bollywood. It really was, man. I'm telling you. At least from this white boy's perspective. At least from this southern white boy's perspective. All right, let me try to get back on track. So, but first I wanted to say, it does fascinate me how different parts of the world they treat the paranormal in different ways. I have found, on the most part, European and United Kingdom, they tend to be like rooted, and they take paranormal investigations seriously. In the United States, there's a split. It's either, yes, we take this seriously, or it's over the top. The Crayola kids, those guys, yeah. It's morons on parade. Then you've got South Pacific / Australia, New Zealand, and they're kind of just taking their first steps into it. Then there's Asia and America, yeah. Then there's Asia, Japan, and China. When it comes to ghosts, I mean, it's like, yeah, we don't talk about that. We do not talk about that. And I really think that that's part of why Japan and Chinese cinema, when it comes to, or just that area, Korea, China, Japan, I personally think some of the scariest stuff comes out of that part of the world. Because, like I said, when I think of the scariest things I've seen film-wise, this Train to Busan, oh my God, there was I know I've talked about it before, but there's a series on Netflix that I highly recommend to everybody. It's called Kingdom, and the way I describe it is picture the Walking Dead, but set in the time of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, and then make the zombies like 28 days later. Kingdom, oh my God, secondhand Kingdom, I think, is one of the best things and I want to say it again, even though we're this is way out of the paranormal. If you are not watching the remake of Shogun on FX, sweet crap on a cracker, it is so effing good. It is so effing good. And then there's Sweet Home. That's the other thing about Asian horror. It really goes there, and man, they pick up some of the nicest names, and then you get sucked in. You go, oh, this is, yeah, it's crazy. Last movie, TV series I watched was Venom, so no real idea what you were referring to. Gotcha, Bewilder. Gotcha. Totally understand. So anyway, so when I heard that Indian paranormal investigators basically kick open doors and they're swinging crucifixes like it's Conan's sword, I was like, man, I got to see this. All right, so so for anybody that's new to the stream, anyone that's coming in that's new to the stream, first off, hi, how are you? You can call me T, you can call me T Monster, you can call me Twitch Dad, and you might hear me refer to Vi. Vi is actually blah, 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 in chat. It's just, what's with the blah, 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 blah? Anyway, Vi, why did you do that? Why did you do this? Yeah, you're new. Yeah, new. No, I'm not Twitch Daddy. That's a whole different stream. That is a whole different stream, Secondhand. That is a whole different stream. But hi Noob, by the way, hi Noob. Doug had a stream where you get banned if someone types your name, so I swapped to make it harder and still died. Damn.
Shuttle.
Damn. Thank you. Shovel. Yes, Benedict. Oh, I just got told. You want your treats, don't you? I am getting stink eye like you wouldn't believe right now. Yeah, you're a good boy. All right, let me go on ahead and let me let's have a treating for the cats, and yeah, we'll be right back. Hold on. Let's we're getting some time. Well, that's not where the treats happen. That's not where the treats happen. Oh, hang on, buddy. I think I know why it looks like that. Stand by. There you go. And there he is. There you are. Yeah. Yeah. You want your treats, don't you? You want your treats. Well, I'm here to give you your treats. Okay. Okay. Yes. You know what? These are new treats, everybody. These are new treats. See if I get a stampede in here. He got the goop. Yeah, he got the tube. The happy tube. Got himself the happy tube. Man, I'm surprised I didn't get a little kitten peed. I'm surprised I didn't have a little stampede there just a moment. But there you go. Their loss. Their loss, I'm just saying. But yep. Got the tube. That might have to be an animated emote, like a tube, and then little coming. Ooh, that might get misused though. Unfortunately, I think yeah, they probably are. So again, anyone that's new to stream, as you can see, this is a cat-friendly stream. We also have a 20-sided dice, just to make sure that I can make my saving throw. Got a saving throw of 19, so I think we're good. That's got to be something that I think I'm going to also I'm going to do as something to do with points. Just make a random saving throw, and then I'll have to come up with a penalty if I roll a nat 1 or something like that. So we do D&D here. But on the stream we do a lot of paranormal stuff, and the reason I do paranormal stuff is because chat, I am one of the 2 people that put together Old Spirits Investigation, or OSI, and we are a growing, scrappy little paranormal group out of Northern Virginia. Old Spirits will be around. We'll be celebrating our third year doing this stuff, And it's been a fun journey. It's been a fun journey. And the Grim Gazette is the parade of weird news and just odd stuff that I find in the news, and I get to share with everybody, and I think it's just good fun. It's good fun for me. Your neighbors are doing trailer projects. Now, when you say trailer projects, what do you mean? Do you mean as in they are doing some kind of they're doing some kind of improvement on their trailer, like a DIY on their trailer? Is that what's going on? Home renovations. Okay, great. Yeah, doesn't matter what's going on when people start doing home renovations that involve outside. It's pretty much a parade of noise. It's a parade of noise. I prefer the DIY that stays indoors. That tends to be my jam. That is where I kind of draw the line and go, okay, that's fine for me. So I found the door kicks. I found the door kicks. Oh, okay. Okay, I'll have to look at this, but I will remember for next time. Go into drop this in the Grim Gazette. But Vi, thank you very much. This will be fun. I'm gonna probably go on ahead and pop that in for next week's. They put an addition onto their trailer a year or so ago. Oh, okay. I'll never know with them. Yeah, for me, that type of renovation is out of my depth. That kind of renovation is out of my depth. I can barely do DIY as it is, but we actually did a lot in this house during the pandemic, and I was pretty impressed with what we got done. That was an experience, to say the least. And I'm excited to bring you all a new Grim Gazette, as all, of course. But I will tell you, and I will repeat it later. Tonight's is going to sting. Tonight is going to hurt. Because not just one, but two of my favorite groups in the paranormal are going to get debunked and get debunked hard tonight. And hi, Benedict. And hello. Okay. You want to do another lap? You got treats. You even got goop. And now you're trying to f with the board. I saw you. You're trying to f with the board.
Yeah, Dad. I'm trying to f with the board. I can do that, Dad.
You really don't want to go onto your tree. Your tree is right there. Your tree is right there. Okay, Mika, you have a good night. Thanks, man. Thanks for being here. What about Cody and Satori? What about Cody and Satori, Vi? What was that? I've already covered the whole Cody and Satori thing, and it's still kind of rearing its ugly head. And I'm at a point now where I'm like, I've said everything that I've wanted to say about Cody and Satori. And regardless of whether Sam and Colby were in on it or if they were duped, that is another big thing that people are talking about. To me, Sam and Colby. To me, Sam and Colby are kind of low on the rung compared to some of the crazier people that I've seen through Beardo and Mythos Paranormal. There's some really bad stuff, and it's something interesting. The Ghost Hunters are supposed to be coming to this event called Penhurst Paracon in PA, and Phil and I are going, and this time we're bringing the fam, so it should be fun. I don't know if we're going to get the choice front row seats like we had last time, and well, that's the thing. Sam and Colby seem very genuine when the cameras are rolling, but I also saw some behind the scenes stuff with them, and I'm just like, and I don't know. I'm of the mindset that if you are on a set anywhere, be very aware of the cameras. Be very aware of the cameras and just know they could be rolling. And And I just kind of leave it at that. But one of the things I wanted to ask Jason, because they do have an open Q&A with everybody at these
That's what I appreciate
at
about
these
you.
events. Oh, thank you. And one of the hi there. How you doing, Panic? Good to see you. And one of the things that I've been wanting to ask Jason is, I want to know his thoughts of the paranormal scene, if you will, on YouTube. I would love to. Thank you, Benedict. I would love to know his thoughts on it. As he walks, I don't know where Benedict came up with this whole thing about walking across the board. I actually have a place for him now. On the desk, and he has no interest in it whatsoever. He's like, no, I want to walk across stuff. I want to get in your way. I want to trigger the sound effects, and I'm just like, you know, you're killing me.
I suggest you let that one marinate.
But there it is. All right. Good gravy today was so bad. I knew the library was going to fall apart at the seams, but I hoped it would have been after I left. They are losing their minds because no one knows how to do my job. And you know what I say to that? I say, my name's Emily, bitches. Don't you forget it. My name's Emily. You tell them I'm leaving and hell's coming with you. My name is Emily. I am Panic Bear. That's what I say. Because I will tell you this. I'm going to tell you this straight up, Panic. I will tell you this straight up. It is gratifying when I have left a place. Perfect example is Stratford University. I was there for I was coming up on my 4th year anniversary of Stratford. I had done stuff for the president and the CEO. I had done all these different things. I had basically taken their, well, first I'd made a plan for Stratford University. Then I designed plans for all the different campuses we had. Went to every campus, introduced myself, tried to say, okay, if you're in charge, here's what I'm suggesting you do, but take the ball and run with it. Eventually, I was the only one putting stuff up on all the campuses, and and I single-handedly ran the social media for all their campuses and what have you. And I did this for 4 years. Did stuff that no one had ever done before. And ironically, they didn't want me to do anything involving their podcast. Even though I had written Podcast for Dummies. I went to my boss and I said, do you think Dr. Schertz would be interested in talking to me? He was like, no. Don't even bring up podcasting. And I was like, well, why? And he goes, because if you do, Dr. Schertz will hurt you. That is his pride and joy. And no one else knows it better than him. And I go, but there's a lot of problems with it. He goes, I know, T. But in his mind, it's the way people should be podcasting. And I was like, all right, but so 4 years I was there doing the thing. And then I get wind from my boss. They don't even say a word to me about it. They go to my boss and they basically said, we're going to bring in someone from the outside to start doing all of our marketing. That includes social media. And it wasn't because I wasn't doing a bad job. They just wanted it cheaper. They wanted it cheaper.
Burn, baby, burn.
Exactly. Oh, wait for it. It gets better. And I'm telling you this story, Pan, because this is what's going to happen after you leave. So they make a move to lay me off, but I'd already found a new job. A job that paid over double what they were paying me. But they wanted to save some money and outsource me. All right. And I gave them all the keys to the kingdom, told them what all the passwords were. They did not have to do a damn thing. They had it all there. The people that they initially replaced me with, lasted for 4 months. 4 months. That's 4. They wound up getting students to do it for free. And that lasted for about 2 years, and then they lost their accreditation, and Stratford University shut down. Well, here's the thing about the students. They kind of knew what they were getting into. Stratford University was a for-profit university. You don't have students at these things. You have customers, and that meant, chat, that these people, even without trying, they'd easily get C's, maybe even B-. But the system in a lot of these, the way that it was described to me was, all these students have to do is show up. That's all they have to do. They just have to show up. And they are treated, they're not treated as students at like University of Phoenix, University of, American Public University, all of these for-profit schools. They are customers. And that was ingrained in my head. But at Stratford, they actually were drinking their own Kool-Aid. And they were trying to convince the people that worked there. Yeah, so Stratford University, we had a job placement rate of 70 to 80% for our graduating classes. Now think about that for a second. 70 to 80% job placement. They were all working for Stratford. Matter of fact, a Stratford grad was supposed to have my job when I got hired, but then I showed up with my resume and they were like, we should hire this guy. And the woman that was supposed to get my job, she was very kind to me, but I could tell she kind of drove the knife into me a couple of times, going, yeah, I was supposed to have this job. But and then she left after about 2 months. And the sad thing was, she actually knew what she was doing. And I told her, I said, I've been here for a year, and let me tell you something, Lisa, you did the right thing by getting as far away from Stratford as you could. But yeah, most of the people that graduated from Stratford University were in fact hired by Stratford. And when they were finally shut down, I mean, no, I was not surprised. Now, there were some students that were getting ready to graduate and they didn't graduate, which was really a shame. And Stratford, the guy I mentioned earlier, Dr. Schertz, he was trying very, very hard to be like, no, we're going to try to find, we're going to try to find a solution, but just know your family and we love you. We're not giving your money back. We're not refunding you. We might find another, fly-by-night university that we can transfer your credits over to, but just know we love you and your family. But the point I was getting at, sorry, I went down that tangent, but what I was getting at was, yes, they are going to. When I left Stratford, they literally fell apart. They literally fell apart. Now I'm getting some back channel stuff here. Saw an email where they were like, we think Emily's main task were this and this. No, wrong. That doesn't cover any of what I do. So my boss and the dean have no idea what I do. Yeah, they are gonna go down in flames. I'm telling you right now, panic. Whatever you did, they're gonna be struggling. And you know what? You're gonna be driving out going, hello, my baby, hello, my honey, hello, my ragtime gal. That is phenomenal.
You want me to say well done? That you did good?
Kate approves.
Well done.
Pick up that engram. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Unleash the fury!
Yeah, I actually wrote an article.
That's what I appreciate about you.
Thank you. I mean, that's the thing, though. I mean, I actually wrote an article for my blog, my Once Upon a Time blog, where I pontificate. This is before I got into video editing. When I started editing video, which, by the way, I did want to say, everybody, the parts 1 and 2 of the season premiere of Old Spirit season 3 done and sitting in Phil Rossi's mailbox.
Follow them to glory.
But I knew that if I started getting into video editing, I would not be blogging. But one of the last blog posts I did was I described myself as the canary in the coal mine. Because what would happen is I would go somewhere and I would do their social media. I'd build it up from nothing, or I'd take their currently misdirected social media and I'd give it focus. And then every time I left, it would fall apart. And I'm like, I have the plan right here in front of me. All you got to do is follow the plan and you're golden. Oop. And what was it? Social media is hard. It's hard, you know? Really? You announce the good news on Facebook and the response. See, here's the other thing too. This is the thing. I'm sure the aunt is thinking, okay, you know, Emily's moving away. She's moving far away. That's a shame. But I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you, right? And it sucks that because you and I have had this conversation, and I'm not going to go into details on it, but I think sometimes family and in some cases friends can get a little selfish. And I don't think that's fair. Not only have you worked hard to get this position, Panic, and not only have you worked hard to get this position, you earned it. And you've had to go through the fire to get to this point. And yeah, I think that's very short-sighted and very unfair. Because as people are saying in chat, not even kind of. No, it's not kind of. It's just not cool. You know, family is supposed to, whether it's your internet fam, whether it's your Twitch fam, whether it's your internet fam, or whether it is your fam, they're supposed to be there for you. I'll tell you another true story of Twitch Dad.
Shovel.
Thank you. Shovel.
Shovel.
One of the toughest nights for me as an individual was when I said, this is the night that I'm going to go and lay it down with my then wife, that we were done. That's a hard line in the sand to draw. That is a hard line in the sand to draw. But I contacted my parents. Now they lived only like a few quarter of a mile away from us at the time. And I basically told them it was happening, and they said, so we're gonna get Sam, and we're gonna keep an eye on her because Sam was just a kiddo, you know, she was in kindergarten at the time. and I said, okay, this is happening. I want you to be aware of it, and what'll happen is I will probably drop her off, and then we're gonna have the talk. And so I remember this because I just took a deep breath and I looked down at the watch. It was like 8 o'clock, and to give you an idea of how nervous I was, how terrified I was, how like just over the top, completely nerve-wracked I was about this. I had my office, my studio here, it was gutted. All of my monitors, my computer, they were at the apartment that I had just put a payment on, and my first month's rent. I had stuff already in my apartment ready to go, but I hadn't had the talk yet. And the most amazing part, to give you an idea how bad things were in this marriage at that time, my office was basically emptied. It was emptied, and my then wife did not know. That's how far apart we had drifted. So I go up and I talk to and I start the talk, and I just happen to glance at the clock. It's like 8 o'clock, 8:30. I get upstairs and we start talking. And I try to keep it civil, and that lasts for maybe an hour. When I left the house, from what I thought was going to be this house, when I left this house, and I honestly thought this was the last time I was going to be in this house, you know, as someone who lived in this house. I'll never forget the last words that my then wife said to me. "You're not getting the house. You're not getting the house." You're not getting the house. I didn't care about the house. It was Sam that was my top priority. I could not have given two shits about this house. Don't worry, I'm going somewhere with this, Panic. So it is now 3 a.m. Started the conversation at roughly 8 o'clock, 8:30. It's 3 a.m. and I'm driving to my parents' house, about a quarter of a mile away. I get to the door. They gave me a key. Because they said just come in whenever you're set. And
shovel.
And I get up there, and as I put the key in the door, I happen to look in the window, and I see my parents. 3 a.m. They are still up, because I was spending the night at their house. I hadn't gotten everything set at my apartment, at my new apartment, but I just wanted to be ready. And I look in the window, and there are my mom and dad. They are still awake. And Sam is passed out on my dad's lap. My parents waited up for me because they wanted to make sure that I was okay. That's family. That's family. And Panic, if your family isn't on that level, your Twitch family is. Just remember that. And now you know why I miss my dad so much. Now you know. And so I get very angry with people whose family can't rejoice in their wins. That bothers me. So Panic, know that we are rejoicing with you. We just think the world we just think the world of you, and we are thrilled for you, and it, you know, it matters. It matters to us. All right. We are closing in, everybody, on 7 o'clock. It's time to get weird. And I've got some, like I said, I got some juicy bits for everybody tonight. We're going to kick it off, though, with how Christian Bale actually sounds, because it was brought up that, no, he doesn't sound like Batman. He does not sound like Batman. But I need to rehydrate. So let me go upstairs. Let me get some rehydration, and then we're going to get weird with the Grim Gazette. So no BRB video. I'm just going to get to water. So I'll be right back, everybody.
Shuffle.
Had a little laugh with the wife, everybody. Hello there. Had a little laugh with the wife, everybody. We were talking about Sam Neill. Sam Neill, New Zealand actor Sam Neill, who you all know as I would have liked to have seen Montana. That's Sam Neill. But the but the thing about Sam Neill was he was the only. Here it is.
I've seen Montana.
And everybody's playing it. No, but the best part about that was that Sam Neill was the only guy. He was the only principal. He was the only principal actor on the set of Hunt for Red October that even bothered to do a Russian accent. Sean Connery was still doing his Scottish accent, and then there's Tim Curry. You know, there's Tim Curry over there.
I see you shiver with anticipation.
And he sounded like this in Hunt for Red October. I mean, he didn't have any of the drag makeup, but you know, and I could just hear him in interviews now. I stopped dealing with accents after Hunt for Red October. I broke my ass trying to get a good Russian accent. I get on there, James Bond and Frankenfurter are going off like blokes, and I'm like, what the heck? But Sam Neill never dropped that damn accent. He never dropped that damn accent. That shows you what kind of pro Sam Neill is. By the way, if you want to see Sam Neill in a really good and really effed up film, Event Horizon. And if you want a good thriller that will also F you up, Dead Calm. Both with Sam Neill. I love Sam Neill. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. We are joined by Gamer Cat. Come here. Come here, game. No, you cannot. You can no has protest. You can no has protest. You can has no. You can't. No. You raising your paw at me? You raising your paw at me? Aww. You raising your paw at me? What's that for? Dick.
Damn, I have issues. I got a lot of issues. I got a lot of issues, Chad. I got a lot of issues. No, no, no. No, Dad. Don't be petting me. Don't you pet me. Don't you boop. Are you pooping me, Dad? Are you pooping me on Are you pooping me on chat? Wow, Dad. Wow, you suck. All right, Dad. I guess I love you, Dad. Still pissed about the kittens, Dad. Whoa!
This, oh, jeez.
All right, this cat.
Don't get your taco in a twist, baby.
Whew, okay. But as you can see, what Secondhand is doing, yeah, you can use blurps and start going through their catalog for bits. And bits aren't that bad. I'm not trying to sell you guys on bits. If you can afford bits, great. If you can't afford bits, don't worry about it. But there you go. What? What, buddy? All right. Let's get myself sorted here. Let's get myself sorted. All right. So as you know, everybody, as you know, I take the Grim Gazette, I edit it down, and I put it on YouTube. So you're gonna hear the intro, and then of course near the end you're gonna hear me go, "Thanks for joining me, everybody. Good night," but I'm gonna still stick around. Okay. So everybody remember that as we do this. So I think we're ready to get weird. Without further ado, let's get weird. It is episode 7, lucky 7, of the Grim Gazette. I am your host, T. Morris. I represent OSI, Old Spirits Investigations. We actually have our 3rd season of Paranormal Investigation coming up very soon. It's going to be in April. In April, we are going to have an OSI weekend. It's going to be on April 12th, the premiere, which is part 1 of our investigation in Charleston, South Carolina. Then on April 13th, we are going to be having at least one live investigation on Twitch and YouTube. There might be a second one, but we're kind of working the details on that. And then when I get back from Clifton Forge, we are going to be going live again, Twitch and YouTube, and we're just going to have a sit down. We're just going to have a post-mortem where we talk about the entire weekend. I know, Scott. Episode 7 already. And I'm starting this particular Grim Gazette on a very unique note. We're going to be talking. We need to talk about Christian Bale because it was brought to my attention, everybody, that some people did not realize that Christian Bale does not sound like Batman. That Christian Bale actually has an accent. I found this clip. And I think we should now hear what Christian Bale actually sounds like. Here we go.
So good at adapting these accents. In fact, so much that there's people that think that you speak with an American accent all the time. Is that surprising to you?
I'm very appreciative of that. It's allowed me to play significantly more roles than I ever would have been playing had I not been able to do that. But I do live here in America. Also, English are exposed much more to American films and therefore how Americans sound than the other way around, which is why I suppose even my own kids do like the worst English accents ever, because a lot of Americans are only exposed to period films largely English period films where no one sounds like that anymore in England. So even though they've been brought up with me, my kids still go, ooh, hello. Aw. So I think we have something more of an advantage for me, I'll speak for myself, growing up in England, watching American movies.
So, yeah, Bale does not sound like Batman. Bale's a bloke. He's a bloke, eh? I mean, if anyone should be doing a Guy Ritchie film, it's bloody Christian Bale. Why he hasn't done one yet, I don't bloody know. I'll tell you why. Because Statham's already there. Not Jason Statham, but Jason Statham, right? Ken Mark be Batman. Oh, man. Vi, I would not want to hear that. He'd be like, I guess it would go like this. What are you? I'm fucking Batman, you the fuck? Oh, man. He'd make a great Batman, though. Oh, jeez. But yeah, no, that was another thing too. Even though it was a bit of a draw, the guy that was playing Anthony Falcone, it was probably, I think people were willing to give the actor who played Anthony Falcone a pass in The Dark Knight. No, it was Batman Begins. Batman Begins. Yeah, he just passed recently, I think. Cast. The actor's name was Tom Wilkinson. And if you don't recognize the name, Tom Wilkinson was a British character actor in the film. And I mean, he's terrific. You would know if you saw him. He was in one of the Mission Impossible movies. He was Anthony Falcone. Oh no, sorry, he was Carmine Falcone in Batman Begins. But he's doing his best British. He's doing the best he can, trying to sound like a gangster. But I mean, the British polish kept creeping in. But he's that good of an actor. You just don't care. You just do not care. He was also in The Full Monty. If you've never seen The Full Monty, that's a great British. That's a great British piece right there. The Full Monty. I freaking love that movie. All right, so I thought it'd be good if we come out of the box swinging, and we talk about Christian Bale. So first mystery taken care of. Now let's go to an old. Now this is an old article, and there's a reason I'm bringing it up. This is an old weird news article that is actually part of a trio. And I think this is a great way to start off the 7th episode of the Grim Gazette. Former manager of Department of Defense Aerospace Threat Program, UFOs are real. Something extraordinary was revealed today. Former high-level officials and scientists with deep black experience who have always remained in the shadows came forward on one platform. These insiders have long-standing connections to government agencies which may have programs investigating unidentified aerial phenomena, UAPs, otherwise known as UFOs or unidentified flying objects. The team includes a 25-year veteran of the CIA's Directorate of Operations, a Lockheed Martin Program Director for Advanced Systems at Skunk Works, and a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. Today marked the official launch of To the Stars Academy of Arts and Science, the TTS-AAS, an innovative public benefit corporation which will advance research into unexplained phenomena and develop related technology. It has established 3 synergetic divisions: science, aerospace, and entertainment. We believe there are discoveries within our reach that will revolutionize the human experience, said company president and CEO Tom DeLonge. Please see my previous story released yesterday for backgrounds on today's announcement, which was live streamed and is archived on the company website. According to a TTS-AAS statement, its team members, who have been operating under the shadows of top secrecy for decades, believe that there is sufficient credible evidence of UAP that proves exotic technologies exist that could revolutionize the human experience. This could represent the beginning of a trend towards new openness on the part of the U.S. government. These people know more than any of us, and they will be releasing important data on an unidentified aerial phenomenon in the future. As an investigative reporter with a long-standing interest in this subject, who has worked with a few Academy team members in the past, I was shown some of this data at a meeting with them on October 4th. Hey, how you doing there, Scythe? You came just in time. Present for that 4-hour meeting was Luis Elizondo, who ran an important program at the DoD, or the Department of Defense. Elizondo is a senior career intelligence officer whose experience includes working with the U.S. Army, Department of Defense, the National Counterintelligence Executive, and the Director of National Intelligence. He served as the Director of the National Program Special Management Staff in the Office of the Secretary of Defense. He is also the former Director of Programs to investigate unidentified aerial threats for the Office of the Secretary of Defense. Lou will architect partnerships with some very sensitive places to help protect us and the technology involved, so may achieve for you the extraordinary, Delano said at today's event. Lou, the nickname for Lewis, has resigned from his post at the DoD literally the day before we met. I was able to verify who he was and what his tasks were at the Pentagon. He received the highest commendations from his superior. I was told that important unclassified data and documentation are expected to be released through the Academy's online community of interest, in collaboration with the U.S. government, which will be set up soon. I asked him if these unidentified objects were considered to be threats. They did not exhibit overt hostility, he said, but something unexplained is always assumed to be a potential threat until we are certain it isn't. On the bright side, I believe we are closer than ever before in understanding of how it operates, he told me. At the end of the event, Elizondo explained his work this way. I am accustomed to being involved in close-hold, nuanced programs involving national security. This includes being a counterintelligence special agent, a case officer, and an intelligence practitioner. However, by far the most interesting effort I was involved with was the topic of advanced aerial threats. He stated that he ran a sensitive aerospace threat identification program focused on unidentified aerial technologies. His job at TTS AAS will be to work as a liaison and interlocutor. I've never seen that word before. Interlocutor. In the collection of this information for the science division, allowing us to collect facts for analysis. How will this be done? One way is through the COI, which will provide a platform for the detection and triangulation of phenomena events in real time, and allows two-way communication between the public and our team regarding this information. As a result of his position managing the DoD program for almost a decade, Lou said, I learned that the phenomena is indeed real. In short, less than 2 weeks after leaving the Pentagon, Luis Elizondo confirmed that UFOs are real. They exist, and they have been officially documented. Can anyone argue with this fact now, given where this man comes from and what he knows? Former high-ranking DoD official who only left his position last week has confirmed that an official UFO program exists, answering questions so many have debated, speculated about for decades. It is very important to understand that Lou does not speak for the DoD, since he is no longer employed there. He speaks independently as part of the TTS Academy. Lou also stated, we are planning to provide never-before-released footage from real U.S. government systems, not blurry amateur photos, but real data and real videos. And even more significant, we are inviting our government colleagues and friends in defense to participate regularly with their findings. This is a long, wow. Oh, here we go. Okay, so we're near the end. Didn't realize how long this was. Another member of the team, Stephen Justice, an experienced aerospace engineer, explained that he will use scientific discoveries about the travel of UAP through space, demonstrating almost unimaginable technology to develop technology that they can change the world. Steve recently retired as program director for advanced systems at Lockheed Martin after a 31-year career in the Skunk Works. How dare we think the physics we have today is all that there is? He told me in an interview a few days ago. The opportunity here, as he sees it, is to stand in the future and look back. Steve's objective is to harvest this advanced technology, to build a vehicle that will allow for almost instantaneous travel through land, air, oceans, and space, by engineering the fabric of space-time. Such a vehicle could also float, like something from science fiction. Steve says we had glimpses of the science that could make this possible. It's not outside the realm of possibility if the necessary resources are in place. TTS Academy member Chris Mellon served as Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence for 2 administrations, and early in his career drafted the legislation that established the U.S. Spec Ops Command at a time when terrorism was not yet on the radar. He presented an overview of a 2004 incident involving an aircraft carrier, USS Nimitz, which detected on 2 separate radars. 2 F-18s approached. The 4 aviators see that the object had no wings or exhaust. It's white, oblong, some 40 feet long, and perhaps 12 feet thick, he said. One pilot pursues the craft while his wingman stays high. Pilots are astonished to see the object suddenly reorient itself towards the approaching F-18. In a series of discrete tumbling maneuvers that seem to defy the laws of physics, the object takes a position directly behind the approaching F-18. The lengthy event occurred in broad daylight off the California coast. Gun camera footage was taken. At one point, the object was hovering at 80,000 feet, dropping at supersonic speeds, and came to a complete stop at 50 feet above the ocean. More F-18s are dispatched, but with similar results, Mellon stated. The secret machine easily evades the F-18s. Dozens of military personnel aboard the various planes and ships involved are privy to these interactions. Tom DeLonge's final message today sums up the position of all involved. No one person, one government, or one hidden institution should own this information and technology. The TTS Academy intends to release game-changing information of the type interested people have been seeking for a long time. The fact is, we might not necessarily be alone, Luis Elizondo says. Now is the time to move forward and try to answer some of life's deepest mysteries. So this is an old article about when they came out and they said they made this this very bold statement. Now, here was the thing. I remember when it came out officially, and people were like, "Okay," it was like almost like a footnote. We just went breezing by. Now, it probably had something to do with the fact that we were all, yeah, there was pretty long, wasn't it, Vi? I'm sorry. Anyway, now I'm sounding like the guys from Galaxy Quest. Anyway.
That's what she said.
Thank you. That's what she wanted me to say. But I was going to say that the thing is, I think because, the government finally came out and said, yeah, we have filmed evidence of, UAPs. They didn't want to say UFOs, but they kept going back to UAPs. Yeah, you know me. And we're in the middle of a pandemic. So people are like, okay, great. Yeah, UAPs are real. Could someone please come up with a vaccine now for this pandemic? I think there were bigger fish to fry at the time that they came out. And this is an even older document compared to when all this hit the fan. But I think the takeaway from this article is the contributor, Leslie Keene, I believe they wanted to make sure that it was clear that she wasn't talking, or he wasn't talking to like dudes who, were living on their own somewhere in the Ozarks. These are people that worked in high operations, Skunk Works, Lockheed Martin, CIA, Department of Defense. I think that was the point of this. So I wanted to start with that one so we could get to this one. Let's see. Pentagon report finds no evidence of alien visits or hidden spacecraft. This happened only like last week. Claims about secret government programs, reverse engineering, extraterrestrial technology are based on circular reporting and hearsay, investigators found. And this is the Washington Post, everybody. A lengthy Defense Department review of U.S. government activities related to unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or unidentified aerial phenomenon, UAPs, more commonly known as UFOs, have found no evidence that extraterrestrial intelligence has visited Earth or that authorities have recovered crashed alien spacecraft and are hiding them in public. So if you're wondering where I'm going with this, it's like, I believe that what's going on here is that the government officials that are talking about UAPs or UFOs, they're talking about exactly what the term is referring to. Unidentified anomalous phenomenon, or identified aerial phenomenon, or unidentified flying objects. Just because something is a UFO or a UAP, it does not necessarily mean that it's alien, that it's ET, that it is, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It could be just something that is flying and unidentified. So let's continue. The review, publicly released Friday, covered all U.S. investigatory efforts from 1945 to the present and examined classified and unclassified government archives. It was unequivocal in its conclusions, finding no evidence that any U.S. government investigation, academic-sponsored research, or official review panel had confirmed that any sightings of a UAP represented extraterrestrial technology. Reports of flying objects or suspected alien craft usually turned out to have thank you. Turned out to have explanations. I'm just going to skip that SAT word. They were ordinary objects and phenomena and a result of misidentification, sometimes by well-meaning witnesses who thought they had spotted something otherworldly.
Emotional damage.
The report is likely to be scrutinized and rejected by independent investigators, former U.S. personnel, and conspiracy theorists who appear convinced that the government is hiding evidence of alien life and has constructed an elaborate set of classified programs devoted to reverse engineering their technology. Last summer, a former intelligence officer who had served on a Pentagon UAP task force sparked headlines and speculations when he told Congress that the government had a secret repository of downed alien spacecraft and corpses. The new report, compiled by the Defense Department's All-Domain Anomaly Research Office, AARO, directly addressed those allegations. AARO determined, based on all information provided to date, that claims involving specific people, known locations, technological tests, and documents allegedly involved in or related to the reverse engineering of extraterrestrial technology are inaccurate, the official stated in a 60-plus page unclassified document. Even before the report was published, critics of the office had questioned whether investigators would be hamstrung by a lack of access to highly classified material, but the office devised a secure process, according to the report, working with government agencies to review so-called special access programs that interviewees had identified either by their supposed code names or descriptions. I love this graphic. The office investigators were granted full access to all pertinent, sensitive U.S. government programs, and when companies and contractors were identified, the office interviewed senior-level executives, scientists, and engineers in those organizations, the report stated. Investigators had access to a wide range of government departments and agencies, including the Defense Department and the military services, the intelligence community, including records held by the CIA, the Energy Department, Department of Homeland Security, and National Archives. That's great. The investigators seemed to anticipate that their work would face a skeptical audience. They argued that the public's imagination and misunderstanding about alien visitations has been fueled by an industry of TV shows, books, movies, and social media that repeat the same extravagant claims about spaceships and hangars and alien bodies in basements. Now, to be fair, the Grim Gazette is only on episode 7. We have not gotten into like the Hangar 18 or any of that kind of aliens among us kind of thing. We haven't done that yet. We might be doing it tonight. But and here's the thing. I'm the guy that would tell you, do I believe in UAPs or UFOs? I believe, yeah, we have been visited. I believe that was when you have people sharing the same stories, sharing the same same kind of UFO experience. I think that the similarities are pretty hard to coordinate. One of the problems that you have with UFOs is the same problem you have with the paranormal, in that people have been going out of their way to fake evidence, particularly with UFOs, and we have debunked some of that on here before. But the other reason that I truly believe that the government could not keep this a secret is because I've worked in the government. I have seen so much behind the scenes that I'm like, January 6th didn't shock me. January 6th did not really shock me because that's how razor thin, you know, and then you look at the people. I mean, when you look at some of the people that are elected into office, you're like, these people are they've got state secrets. You know, that they've got state secrets. I mean, it is amazing to me. It is absolutely astounding to me, particularly under the previous administration, how government still continues to run.
No, God!
Exactly. Yes, Scythe.
No, God,
Yes.
please, no!
Yes.
No!
No, yes.
No!
Yes.
No!
I honestly believe, because I've dealt with the paperwork, I've dealt with the bureaucracy, there's no way they'd be able to keep this secret. They just could not do it. And that is not to disrespect people who work in the government. I want to make sure that is clear, because I've worked with the government. And while it was at some times an exercise in futility, at other times it was really rewarding. I loved working with code. I loved being able to take United States government developed open source software and be able to say, hey, you know what? NASA put this piece of software together. Have it. Tinker with it. Have a good time with it. I just find that cool. I just find that insanely cool. And you know, I understand. It's just bureaucracy is a wild concept, man. It's a wild concept. So that's why I don't think that the government is lying when they go, yeah, we don't have anything like that. Because they couldn't keep it secret. They just could not keep it secret. They could not. Let us continue, shall we? Okay. A constant theme in popular culture involves a particular persistent narrative that the United States government or a secret organization within it recovered several off-world spacecraft and extraterrestrial biological remains, and that it has conspired since the 1940s to keep this effort hidden from the United States Congress and the American public, the report stated. They're talking about the X-Files. They're talking about the X-Files. Let's go. Government personnel are some of the most ardent believers in this idea. The investigators interviewed about 30 people, including some who had worked on official UAP research programs, who claimed to have insight into the alleged U.S. government involvement in off-world technology exploitation, the report said. In some cases, they'd stumbled upon actual, highly classified programs that had nothing to do with aliens. Many have sincerely misinterpreted real events or mistaken sensitive U.S. programs for which they were not cleared as having been related to UAP or extraterrestrial exploitation. Tim Phillips, the AARO acting director, told reporters. Their conclusions were based on a sort of classified game of telephone in which whispers of secret programs, often based on hearsay, circulated for years in the military and intelligence community. We saw a small group of people who knew each other, who all cited their observations as the purpose for their beliefs or for their observations, Phillips said. Some of those people that worked on UAP research under a Pentagon program in the early 2000s that aimed to study next-generation aerospace technologies. It had a powerful backer in then, Senator Harry M. Reid, who had an abiding interest in unidentified flying objects and hailed from the home state of Area 51, the secret Air Force Base testing grounds that holds a central place in UFO lore. According to the report, UAP research was not part of the program's mission, but it ventured in that territory, examining reports of paranormal activity, creatures, and interdimensional phenomenon. In 2017, the work of that outfit became public, along with videos taken from military aircraft that seemed to show UFOs flying extraordinary speeds to the astonishment of military pilots. That exposure ushered in a new era of openness in the military and intelligence community, which began to examine UAPs, which some thought might be drones or hypersonic weapons, as a potential threat to national security and commercial aviation. Military personnel have since been encouraged to report sightings. Some have later been attributed to foreign aircraft, surveillance balloons, atmospheric anomalies, or simply debris floating in the air. Confusion appeared to permeate the statements from witnesses who spoke to the AARO investigators. Some of the program's code names that interviewees provided turned out not to exist, or could be traced back to defunct entities, the report had found out. One person mistakenly identified a private UAP research program as being run by the U.S. government. Another program brought to AARO's attention, Kona Blue, was alleged to be a Homeland Security Department effort to cover up the retrieval and exploitation of non-human biologics, the report found. In other words,
alien buddies.
Oh, that's good music for it, too. The origins of these suspicions, investigators found, traced back to some of the earlier Pentagon researchers backed by Reed, who had strayed into studying UAPs. When the Defense Intelligence Agency canceled that effort in 2012 due to a lack of merit, its supporters proposed that Homeland Security fund a new version to investigate paranormal research, including human consciousness anomalies, the report found. Human
Consciousness anomalies.
Okay. The report found. The program, which they proposed calling Kona Blue, also would reverse engineer off-world spacecraft that they hoped to acquire. The Kona Blue backers assumed that biological evidence of aliens was already in the government's possession, the report found. Homeland Security leaders ultimately rejected the proposal. The AARO investigators looked into a number of specific claims, including that the CIA had been working with a company to examine alien spacecraft, that a former senior U.S. military officer had touched the surface of a spacecraft and had seen one floating in a building, presumably a military or contractor facility, and that alien technology remains in the possession of companies, not the government, as part of an effort to keep it away from congressional overseers. Other interviewees provided accounts that their own UAP sightings, as well as claims that they had seen military personnel loading containers of spacecraft onto planes, or overheard scientists discussing the presence of alien beings during the testing of specialized materials. Others claimed that people who knew about the classified activities had signed non-disclosure agreements with the provision that any breach of security was
punishable by death.
The AARO investigators found no evidence to substantiate these accounts and were able to dispute or debunk some of them. A former military officer who was said to have touched the spacecraft denied this claim when investigators asked him about it. Couldn't remember the conversation in question and speculated that the issue might stem from a misunderstanding. He had, in fact, once touched an F-117 Nighthawk stealth fighter, an aircraft so secret Nevada folklore labeled it as a UFO, according to an Air Force publication from 2018. The person who claimed that aliens were present during the materials test had likely misunderstood the conversation, which probably referred to a test and evaluation unit that had a nickname with alien connotations at the specific installation mentioned, the report said. I picked some long articles this go around, sorry. In another instance, an interviewee who claimed to have seen an object exhibiting strange characteristics was probably correct. Based on the specific information provided, the person who had likely witnessed the test of a new military platform that was not related in any way to the exploitation of off-world technology, the report found. The AARO investigators even managed to get their hands on what private investigators alleged was a sample from an alien craft. On further inspection, it turned out to be a manufactured terrestrial alloy, does not represent off-world technology, or possess any exceptional qualities, the report found. Sample contents were magnesium, zinc, and bismuth. Excuse me. With other trace elements, such as lead. People alleged to have participated in efforts to conceal alien technology, including executives at companies said to be participating in the classified work, denied this when they questioned by investigators, attesting to the truthfulness of their statements for the record. The Washington Post has previously interviewed 6 individuals who claimed to have information about U.S. government and private sector crash retrieval and reverse engineering activities. While the AARO report does not identify the people its investigators interviewed, several of their accounts match the detailed claims of those who spoke to the Post. The Post chose not. The Post chose not to publish these accounts because the individuals provided no evidence to corroborate their claims. We're going to get to that in a second. Their information was almost exclusively based on second or third-hand statements, usually from people the interviewees declined to identify. In some instances, congressional investigators who had interviewed the individuals believed they had probably mistaken actually classified programs for those related
to UAPs and had reached conclusions about U.S. government activity that weren't supported by direct evidence. So that last paragraph right there sums it up. Government is basically an expensive nursing home, but the elderly have power. Wow.
That's it, man. Game over, man. It's game over.
Well played. Well played. And thank you for the hydrate, by the way, second in. But that last paragraph, I want to read that again. The Post chose not to publish these accounts because the individuals provided no evidence to corroborate their claims. That first sentence and everything that follows after that, that is the mantra that I follow when it comes to pursuing the paranormal. You can tell me all about the lady in white. You can tell me all about the man in black. You can tell me all about the voices in the basement. But unless I capture it, unless I get something to look at in the footage that I capture and bring back from a site, it isn't evidence of the paranormal. And this is something that Phil and I are constantly locking horns about. We are constantly locking horns about. The value of personal experiences. They're fine, but that is not evidence. Personal experiences are not evidence. And all the folklore that you hear, all the different things, that is also not evidence. Perfect. Now, if you want to focus on something concerning UFOs and UAPs, look up the name Travis Walton. And if you want to go even further, you can watch a film called Fire in the Sky. I was explaining this to Pip today. Fire in the Sky is kind of like a paranormal investigation, in that the first 70 minutes of the film are a super slow burn. It is an investigation into what happened to Travis Walton. And it's everybody's story, it's everyone's perspective. It's very talk heavy. All right? And it kind of gets you wondering. The last 20 minutes is the story of Travis Walton as told by Travis Walton's perspective. And those last 20 minutes of Fire in the Sky are absolutely terrifying. It is some of the most terrifying footage I have ever seen. I rank up those 20 minutes to scenes from Train to Busan, from Goijang Haunted Asylum, from the original Conjuring film. I mean, that last 20 minutes is absolutely intense. But is Travis Walton's... do I believe something happened to Travis Walton? Yes. Is his account and his and the movie's depiction of the account, is that enough evidence for me to believe wholeheartedly that people are being abducted and experimented on? No. But is it a story that I think has some kind of credence? Since there is no evidence, that is hard for me to back. But do I think Travis Walton experienced something? Yeah, I do. Every time you listen to him, there is a thread in the way he talks about what happened to him. And something happened to him. Something did happen to him. I believe that. And I would also go forward and say something I thought was very profound. When Katrina Weidman was interviewing Travis Walton, and she asked him point blank, she said, so how accurate was the final sequence where we see it from your point of view? He said, well, it's Hollywood. They took some liberties. They kind of tweaked it here. They kind of tweaked it there. But what you felt when you were watching that final sequence, what you felt, that fear that you felt, that's what I was feeling the moment my eyes opened and I was on the ship. That's pretty profound. That's pretty profound in my opinion. And And I do think that there is something to that story. I do think there is something to that story. So yeah, I wish there was some physical evidence that we had from it, but we don't. But it is one of the more compelling stories when it comes to alien abductions and things like that. The story of Travis Walton. So if you are curious about it, if you want to see a movie based on it, the movie is called Fire in the Sky. It's quite good. And if you want to find out more about Travis Walton, just look up Travis Walton. And to be more clear in your search, do Travis Walton UFO abduction, and you'll get the full story. So I read those two stories for you, so I could read you this one. Roswell UFO sightings can be explained by classified programs, Pentagon reveal in new report. And here is one of the picks that I'm sure that people have been talking about. That's one when you hear people talking about the the various things that pilots are seeing in their gun sights. This is one of the things that they see. Now I want to make sure. Oh, I think this is just a rehash. This is a rehash of the picture. Yeah. It's basically the AARO, and they're talking about the different stuff, and it's basically the same thing. If we had a national security site, there are objects being recorded that are. Oh wait, maybe this is a different one. This is a different one. It's much shorter. So there's that. The Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO, set up in 2022 to investigate and record reports of unknown objects, examine government investigations from as far back as 1945, Roswell, but found there was no evidence of U.S. having alien bodies or technology. In this report, said many sightings of UFOs were from people who unknowingly saw the testing or use of classified technology. So this is slightly different. Claims of an alien spacecraft crashing near New Mexico in Roswell in 1947, for example, were consistent with Project Mogul, a classified program using microphones flown on high-altitude balloons in a bid to detect Soviet nuclear bomb tests. The AARO said all investigative efforts at all levels of classification concluded that most sightings were ordinary objects and phenomenon, and the rest of it misidentification. Most UFO reports remain unsolved, the AARO said, but with more data, most of them could be identified and resolved as ordinary objects or phenomenon. The AARO has revealed plans for portable UFO detection kits to collect more data on sightings. Acting Director Timothy Phillips said the new kits currently being tested in Texas would have an array of sensors that fit inside a protective case. If we have a national security site and there are objects being reported that are within restricted airspace or within a maritime range or within the proximity of one of our spaceships, we need to understand what that is, he told CNN. And so that's why we're developing sensor capability that we can deploy in reaction to reports. The system is called Gremlin and could be deployed to a site with many reports of UAP, unidentified anomalous phenomenon, the Pentagon's terms for UFOs. So that's interesting right there. That's interesting. Because that's legit. That's legit. Just because it's a UFO doesn't mean it's from outer space. It could be a drone. It could be alien craft. It could be not alien craft. It could be a foreign, a foreign aircraft. It could be something of this earth. So, is that a sonogram? Sonograms work a little differently. But I do think that is interesting that they are trying to work a little harder. They're trying to work a little harder to actually identify whatever these UAPs or UFOs are. And I do think for national defense, yes, that's important. But again, do I think that the United States government, or pretty much any government, does any government really have the ability to hide UFOs? I'm just going to throw this out there. And I'm not even going to use the previous administration. I'm going to go back even further. They were not able to keep the secret between the then sitting president and an intern secret. And something that intimate, you would think that the players involved would be able to keep their mouths shut, but they didn't. And I really think that there are too many people involved just to keep quiet this kind of thing. And that was, and I'm talking about something that happened back in the 90s. You look at the technology today, you look at all the different ways. There was somebody on a Call of Duty Discord server sharing top secret information. And here's the thing, people were shocked about that, but I was like, are we not shocked even more so that this kid, this literally 18, 19-year-old kid had top secret clearance? And on top of that, he was openly taking notes and transcribing stuff that wasn't supposed to leave the room, but he had a pad and a pencil, and whomever was there was like, yeah, that's cool. It's a top secret facility. It's not cool. But there you have it. So there's my defense for the United States government. No, I don't think that they are harboring. Do they have secrets? Sure, they've got secrets. Of course they got secrets. That's why we have clearance. Do I think they're hiding UFOs? No. Okay. let's move on to some good old fashioned to some even weirder stuff. This story I love. I absolutely love this. Long lost silent film from 1923 resurfaces in Omaha. A long lost silent film from 1923 will be shown publicly for the first time in decades. Actually, when you think about it, within 100 years. After being discovered at an auction. Gary Huggins of Kansas City said he went to an auction in Omaha last year to look for rare or antique films. There was a distributor that had been in Omaha for decades that had gone out of business a while ago, and this auction house had some of their films, and so I drove up just for that, just to see what was up there, Huggins told WOWT-TV. He paid $20 for a stack of film reels because one of these included pieces was an old cartoon that caught his eye. It was the best $20 I have ever invested for sure, Huggins said. He used his projector to go through the stack and see what he had purchased, and was surprised to see Clara Bow, one of the biggest stars of the silent film era. David Sten, a Hollywood historian and Bow's official biographer, said the real Huggins purchase was The Pill Pounder, a comedy short that was thought to be long lost. When someone told me, would you be interested in a print of The Pill Pounder? I assumed they were making fun of me because I thought, would I be interested? It would be a miracle. And it is a miracle, Sten said. He said the film starred a 17-year-old Bow and is the oldest of her works to have been rediscovered. Sten, who purchased the film from Huggins, said film strips in the 1920s were made using nitrate, an unstable and combustible chemical. So I thought, we'll never find this film, Sten said. The film was in good condition, and Sten paid to have it restored. It will be shown on the big screen for the first time in 101 years.
I suggest you let that one marinate.
At the San Francisco Silent Film Festival in April. This is why I do what I do, though I never dared dream this one would resurface. Stein wrote on social media, miracles really do happen. That's an amazing story to me. That is an absolutely amazing story. I think that is so cool. I really do. All right. Moving on to the weird. A small earthquake and moodus noises are nothing new for one Connecticut town. And then you see this graveyard. Oof. Oofa. All right. Let's zoom in a little bit here so that you all can enjoy this with me. East Hampton, Connecticut. Donna Lindstrom was lying in bed and looking at her phone Wednesday morning when she heard a loud bang that rattled her 19th century house in the central Connecticut town of East Hampton. Soon, the 66-year-old retired delivery driver and dozens of other town residents were on social media discussing the latest occurrence of strange explosive sounds and rumblings known for hundreds of years as the Moodus noises. It was like a sonic boom, Lindstrom said. It was a real short jolt and loud. It felt deep, deep, deep. It was indeed a tiny earthquake with magnitude of 1.7, according to the United States Geological Survey. Robert Thornton, an earth sciences professor at the University of Connecticut, said booms, rumblings, and rattlings have been recorded in the East Hampton area, including the nearby village of Moodus, for centuries, dating back well before a larger earthquake recorded on May 16, 1791, knocked down stone walls and chimneys. In fact, Moodus is short for Macamudus, which means a place of bad noises in the Algonquin dialects once spoken in the area. Local high schools even nicknamed their team the Noises in honor of that history. It was Tunnel Girl. Well done. There you go. Yeah, I like that. I like that. All right. This one makes me a little nervous. It really does, because, you know, in December we're supposed to be flying, but woo! Indonesia, 2 pilots fall asleep for 28 minutes during Batik Air flight. The younger of the 2 pilots had recently had twins and moved house, and was said to have struggled to sleep in the days before the flight. Whoo! 2 pilots fell asleep for almost 30 minutes during a passenger flight over Indonesia, according to a report. The incident occurred on the 25th of January this year on a Batik Air return flight from Haluleo International Airport in Indonesia's southeast Sulawesi region to Soekarno-Hatta Airport in the capital, Jakarta. I knew Jakarta. Both co-pilots, 28-year-old man and 32-year-old man, fell asleep for about 28 minutes, according to the preliminary report from Indonesia's National Transportation Safety Committee. When they woke up, they found the aircraft was not on the correct flight path. Shocker that. According to the report, the younger of the pilots, the second in command, had been struggling to sleep lately after his wife gave birth to twins. The family had also recently moved house. The initial leg of the flight out from Indonesian capital went off without incident. The younger pilot slept for about 30 minutes before waking up for the descent. After landing, the report said that the men ate instant noodles in the cockpit before taking back off again. Then, with 153 passengers and 4 flight attendants on board, the pilots flew to 36,000 feet, at which point, the 32-year-old told his co-pilot to take control of the plane, saying he needed to rest. The younger co-pilot agreed, but during the flight inadvertently fell asleep as well, with both seemingly asleep for approximately 241 miles, according to the report. Jakarta Air Traffic Control repeatedly tried to contact the cockpit of the Batik Air A320 flight. However, they received no response for 28 minutes until the older pilot woke up. He then woke up his co-pilot, corrected the flight path, and they were able to label the plane to Jakarta safely. Batik Air has been approached for comment. Wow. Wow. Woo! Oh my God. And I like to travel. That's the worst bit. I like to travel. Okay. This one, of course, I will never get on a plane. Yes, welcome to the Grim Gazette, everybody. Okay. Here we go. This one made me pause. And I believe this was a submission from Secondhand, if I recall correctly. Yes, you can submit stuff to the Grim Gazette, and I just saw Vi dropped in the Grim Gazette for the Grim Gazette, some Indian ghost hunters. We'll be looking at that next week. No, it wasn't. I thought it was, but no, it wasn't, it turns out. Okay. I think I must have found this then. Woman chats to dead mother using AI with spooky results. After 4 years of struggling to cope with the grief following her mother's death, actress Serene Malas turned to an AI tool that claims to simulate the dead. Okay, fine.
Do you want hobo goblins? Because this is how you get hobo goblins.
I'm not sure about this one. But here we go. After her mother's death, Serene Malas was desperate for an outlet for her grief. When you're weak, you'll accept anything, she says, and that's very true. That's very, very true. The actress was separated from her mother, Nadja, after fleeing Syria, their home country, to move to Germany in 2015. In Berlin, Serene gave birth to her first child, a daughter called Ishtar, and she wanted more than anything for her mother to meet her. But before they had a chance, tragedy struck. Nadja died unexpectedly from kidney failure in 2018 at the age of 82. She was a guiding force in my life, Serene said of her mother. She taught me how to love myself. The whole thing was cruel because it happened suddenly. I really, really wanted her to meet my daughter, and I wanted to have that last reunion. The grief was unbearable, said Serene. You just want any outlet, she adds, for all those emotions. If you leave it there, it just starts killing you. It starts choking you. I wanted that last chance to speak to her. After 4 years of struggling to process her loss, well, that's a long time for loss, Serene turned to Project December, an AI tool that claims to simulate the dead. Users fill in short online form with information about the person they've lost, including their age, relationship to the user, and a quote from that person. The responses are then fed into an AI chatbot powered by OpenAI's GPT-2, an early version of the large language model behind ChatGPT. This generates a profile based on the user's memory of the deceased person. Such models are typically trained on a vast array of books, articles, and text from all over the internet to generate responses to question in a manner similar to a word prediction tool. The responses are not based on factual accuracy. Okay, I'm going to read that. I'm going to read that again. Such models are typically trained on a vast array of books, articles, and text
from all over the internet
to generate responses to questions in a manner similar to a word prediction tool. The responses are not based on
factual accuracy.
Okay. At a cost of $10, £7, 80 pence, users can message the chatbot for about an hour. For Serene, the results of using the chatbot were spooky. There were moments that I felt were very real, she said. There were also moments where I thought anyone could have answered that this way. Imitating her mother, the messages from the chatbot referred to Serene by her pet name, which she had included in the online form. Asked if she was eating well and told her that she was watching her. I'm a bit of a spiritual person. I felt this is a vehicle, Serene says. My mom could drop a few words in telling me that it's really me or it's just someone pretending to be me. I wouldn't be able to tell. I think there were moments like that. Project December has more than 3,000 users, the majority of whom have used it to imitate the deceased loved one in a conversation. Jason Rohrer, the founder of that service, said users are typically people who have dealt with the sudden loss of a loved one. Most people who use Project December for this purpose have their final conversation with this dead loved one in a simulated way and then move on, he says. I mean, there are very few customers who keep coming back and keep the person alive. He says there isn't much evidence that people get hooked on the tool and struggle to let go. However, there are concerns, going back to what Lizard was saying. However, there are concerns that such tools can interrupt the natural process of grieving. Billy Dunlevy, a therapist accredited by the British Association for Counseling and Psychotherapy, says the majority of grief therapy is about learning to come to terms with the absence, learning to recognize that the new reality or the new normal. So this could interrupt that. In the aftermath of grief, some people retreat and become isolated, the therapist says. She adds, you get this vulnerability coupled with this potential power to sort of create this ghost version of a lost parent or a lost child or lost friends. And that could be really detrimental to people actually moving through their grief and getting better. There are currently no specific regulations governing the use of AI technology to imitate the dead. The world's first comprehensive legal framework on AI is passing through their final stages of the European Parliament before it is passed into law, when it would enforce regulations based on the level of risk posed by different uses of AI. The Project December chatbot gave Serene some of the closure she needed, but she warned bereaved people to tread carefully. It's very useful and it's very revolutionary, she says. I was very careful not to get too caught up with it. I can see people easily getting addicted to using it, getting disillusioned by it, wanting to believe it to the point where it can go bad. I wouldn't recommend people getting too attached to something like that because it could be dangerous. Wow. Okay, where do we begin with this? So, first off, I do appreciate that that Sky News did in fact explain. Hi, Arelis, by the way, how you doing? I appreciate the fact that Sky News did in fact cover how ChatGPT and how these AI chatbots work. Now, Lizard says this feels weird. It feels unethical, and you're making money off this. Now, here's where it is not necessarily unethical. In fact, I'll go you one better. Let's compare. I said I was done talking about these two, but let's compare this to Satori and Cody. No, yes, Satori and Cody. All right, let's compare these two. All right. First off, you are willingly giving like information about your deceased loved one, pet names, little facts like that, all these different things. You are willingly leading them over, or the Long Island medium. Yeah. Well, Story and Cody are kind of falling into that category as well. You are paying a service knowing that this is an AI bot to create a chat bot that is based on what it knows and what you feed it. And this goes to a rule that you hear in both machine learning and AI. It's something called garbage in, garbage out. If you put bad information, or if you introduce a bunch of bad actors into an AI engine, it's going to create terrible results, right? If you don't give it enough information to process a hand, your hand's going to look like, your hand's going to look like an oven mitt. If you have bad information, bad data going into the routine, it's going to spit out crap. And that's one of the biggest issues concerning AI. It's a black box technology. Most of the time, the people that are working with it do not know how it gets all this information and gives you what it wants. It's not necessarily magic. It's just math that is so high on a quantum level, they don't quite understand how it's working. And that's the scariest part about working with black box technology, right? And in the case of this, it is not necessarily unethical because the people that are getting involved are saying, yes, I know I'm paying you money for this. Yes, I know that I'm giving this information. Yes, I know it's going towards an AI bot that is going to talk to me the way my mom or my dad used to talk to me, right? It's all above board. Everybody knows I'm paying you money to create a chatbot that is going to mimic my dead relative or my dead loved one. The thing is, a lot of people can differentiate AI from person. It's a text format on an unconscious level. That's true, Lizard. That's very true. And that is only getting better and better and better as we go. And that's the scary part. But is it unethical? No. Now, that is this Project December. Satori and Cody are doing roughly the same thing. But what they're doing is they're getting information from people. They have you fill out a form. You get to the Conjuring house, and then suddenly Satori and Cody are like, okay, we're gonna talk to the dead. And then out of the blue, this relative shows up. And as we saw when Project Fear was there, and when Sam and Colby were there, all these people are showing up. But all the stuff that was supposed to be the personal information, like, oh, that's my granddad, that's my memories back, all this stuff, that kind of crap, they weren't finding out in the form. They were basically doing an internet scrub. And I'm surprised someone hasn't done that yet, Aurelis. I'm surprised someone hasn't done that yet. You'd have to be playing a long game to pull that off, though. Because I'm sure what they're doing is they're looking at credit card information, they're looking at all this private information, or all this stuff that you fill out in the form, and then they probably confirm it, and then they move forward. But what Satori and Cody are doing is very unethical because it's manipulative. They do it to get a reaction, do it to get a rise out of people. I remember when I did my breakdown of that on Project Fear and the whole their visit to the Conjuring house, the people who were the most upset in the comments, and I'm sure some of you who had commented here, those of you who saw the comments, you probably noted that the people who were the most pissed were people who had relatives that had Alzheimer's or had some kind of mental deficiency in the later years. People who had lost loved ones to dementia and things like that. When they spelled out my memories back, that triggered some people in my chat. That triggered some people over on YouTube. And yeah, I can sort of see how and why that would trigger somebody. That's unethical. Because nobody that was going in there, whether it was Sam and Colby. Now, if Sam and Colby were in on it, shame on them. But I do not believe the Project Fear was in on it. And I've told you the reasons why. But Project Fear, they were being outright manipulated. And I found it very interesting that they had something for Tanner, they had something for Connor, they had something for Dakota and Chelsea. Alex, either A, his relatives hated him, or B, they couldn't find anything on him. But my whole thing about it is that was unethical versus what this service is doing. It's not unethical, but it is a slippery slope. It is a very slippery slope. Take how people say bat crazy awful things to people through text they never would say in person. Text is an issue because we have a barrier basis of sorts. We may forget we are talking to an AI and not move on mentally. Exactly, Lizard. And that's what she says here. I wouldn't recommend people get too attached to something like that. It could get dangerous. In fact, there was... Let me just see here real quick. I'm just going to pull it up. Black Mirror Season 1 episodes. Okay, there was the entire... I think this is it. I think this is the one that I'm thinking of. No. That wasn't it. The national anthem. That's an intense one. So there's a Black Mirror episode that actually goes into this. I just need to find it. Wasn't White Bear. Oh, this is it. Be Right Back. Be Right Back. Recent international Emmy winner Black Mirror, written by Charlie Brooker, returns with 3 brand new films. Martha and Ash are a young couple who moved to a remote cottage. The day after the move, Ash is killed returning the hire van. At the funeral, Martha's friend Sarah tells her about a new service that lets people stay in touch with the deceased. So I don't know if any of you watch Black Mirror, but this was a particularly good one. Well, I mean, they had a lot of good ones, but this one was a standout because Dominic Monaghan. Is it Dominic Monaghan? It's either Dominic Monaghan. Who was in the cast? I mean, Hallie Atwell's in it, so there you go. That you had me at Hallie Atwell, but trying to remember cast and crew. Here you go. It's Domhnall Gleeson. Domhnall Gleeson. That's who it was in this. Yeah, so it's Domhnall Gleeson and Hallie Atwell. And what they had done, what they did in this episode was they took all of this guy's social media posts, every little social media post, right? And they put it into an algorithm, and then this service created basically an Android. But the Android was running on software all based on his it was basically AI based off of social media. And it was a very haunting, dark look at what was going on in that episode. So if you've never seen it, I highly recommend it. It's called Be Right Back, and it is in the first batch, the first season, first batch of episodes from Black Mirror. So yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. All right, this one I've kind of had in my back pocket, so I thought you would all dig this. Man legally named D's Nuts arrested in domestic altercation. Oh, here we go. Here we go, everybody. Strap in. Strap in. This is going to be fun.
Who's this nut togger?
Here we go. Here we go. Wisconsin. Of course, Wisconsin. A Green Bay, Wisconsin man accused of using a deadly weapon along with misdemeanor battery and disorderly conduct has a very arresting
That's what
name.
she said.
That's because 42. Now I need somebody to play the got him. That's because the 42-year-old suspect's full name is D's Nuts Lee Kroll. The defendant with the nutty name was arrested on March 5th after an incident involving a gun, according to CBS Green Bay affiliate WFRV TV. The police said two others who were put in the squad car before Kroll's arrest were identified as his daughter and her boyfriend. Police then took a shirtless Kroll into custody, according to a criminal report obtained by the smoking gun, which noted the elder Kroll appeared to be highly intoxicated on D's Nuts. The daughter and her boyfriend told officers they had argued with Kroll on the phone earlier that evening over household chores and caring for the family's puppies. The couple say they found the residence locked when they showed up 2 hours later. The couple told police they were reportedly knocked on the door, and at one point, Kroll opened the door and punched his daughter in the shoulder. He reportedly later threatened his daughter and her boyfriend with a BB gun that they said looked like a pistol. Authorities say they interviewed Kroll. He kept talking in circles. Kroll was charged with misdemeanor battery and misdemeanor disorderly conduct and use of a dangerous weapon, which, if convicted, could net him a year in jail. It could net D's Nuts a year in jail. And D's Nuts were released on I'm just going to come out and just replace all the pronouns with D's Nuts. D's Nuts was released on a $1,000 bond on Wednesday and is next due in court on April 24th.
Oh, pitter patter, let's get at her.
Smoking Gun said D's Nuts legally changed his first name from Derek to D's Nuts in 2011, adding another E about 6 years later. Yeah, I know. Dictionary.com notes that D's Nuts is an expression used to deliberately interrupt or divert a conversation. Website said it's not a literal reference to testicles, but a way to disrupt and show disrespect to whatever discussion is currently occurring. Although the term was first used by Dr. Dre's 1992 album, The Chronic, it really took hold in pop culture in 2015 when Brandy Olson, a 15-year-old Iowa native, ran for president under the name and ended up scoring surprisingly well in early polls compared with Hillary Clinton, Bernie Sanders, and Donald Trump. Oh, my God.
Figured it.
Okay. Okay. And I think we are now going to, we're going to go on ahead and we're just checking something out here. Okay, so we've got, just got to do a little bit of reorganizing here. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's, oh, yeah. Okay, so that's mine. And yes. Okay. Now I know what we're doing here. Now this was submitted by Secondhand. And this is the one clip we have before we really get into the debunking. So let's take a look at this clip real quick and see what Secondhand has for us. Here we go. So 1:15. Let's have a listen. Oh, this is a joke clip? Oh, this is a joke clip. Okay.
God damn it. Fuck that shit.
What?
Fuck. No. Hell no.
What did you do, Kelly? You must have pissed it off. I heard y'all playing that noise back to the radio. Y'all thinking, what are y'all fooling with that damn thing for?
I told him to leave that fucking radio alone. I'm nervous now. Oh, fuck. Thomas.
I haven't seen anything. I hear it, but I haven't seen anything.
It sounds like a screech owl. That's me. That's totally me. Thank you, John. That's me when I see a spider. Oh, it's a bobcat. Okay, so it's a bobcat. It's a bobcat. Got it.
That's it.
The worst thing is that even though it sounds terrifying,
I bet I climb up in that fucking skidder in a minute.
where is this taking place? You kiss your mama with that mouth? Come on, bro. Jeez.
I bet I will.
It's like the sound's wrapping around. Over and check around that damn skidder. Maybe it's some bitch flying out over yonder.
Oh, this is Wisconsin. Okay.
Listen, I ain't heard it in a few minutes. I'd go check around that darn skidder. See if it's old young. See if it bedded down or something.
Wow.
I ain't going over. Go over and check it.
See, the thing is, yeah, okay, so that scream does sound terrifying. And I wonder if they saw D's nuts. I wonder if they saw D's nuts out there. Okay, look, you.
You better settle down over there. I'm gonna come talk to you.
Okay. Yeah, the problem is that, yes, it sounds terrifying, but bobcats are kind of terrifying. Any kind of wild cat, heck, that cat can be terrifying. Yes, you. You can be terrifying sometimes, particularly when he gets cranky. I said in a message, if you didn't know it was a bobcat, you would think something scary. Absolutely. Or Relish with Wisconsin. I saw what you did there. Well done. There you go. But no, bobcats are not to be trifled with at all. At all. Okay, and because we had so much news to cover, this is our one clip. Because now we're getting to second half of the show. This will be part 2 on YouTube. And this is where, chat, I'm just going to come out and say it. This is going to hurt. This is going to hurt. I am going to actually have to debunk 2 of my favorite teams in the paranormal. It's going to hurt. I am going to show, though, one of the reasons why I love these guys so much. But I debated it and I said, you know what? I'm going to go on ahead and I'm going to rip the Band-Aid off this one. So I will see you all in part 2. Let's just take a quick break. If you got to stretch. If you got to take your meds, take your meds. If you need to hydrate. And we'll be right back, everybody. I'm gonna go look for the invader.
I'm willing to bet probably Steps.
He is Steps because I am at drill and he is not here. Heading over there.
I don't see him.
Yep, there he is.
Got him?
Woo! Let's go, baby.
Incoming at the coach. Portal's ready. Grab your gun.
This is what the taken feel. Revel in this. One down. That's two. Seconds left. Bury another. Oh, they could've run. Look at them now. They're dead.
I'll take it.
Time for a prime evil. Feel that
I'll
way.
take it. I'll take it. I'll take that. That felt really good. That felt really good. Come on, give me some hype in chat. Give me
right,
all
I've
your
got
hype
super.
emotes in chat.
Let's go,
Do
baby.
It. Do it. Do it, baby.
All right, I've
Hang
got
in there.
super going.
All right, they are right in front of you. Throw it. Hit it, baby.
Yeah,
Hit it.
I got some, baby.
Oh my God, he got him. He got his first invader kill.
Let's go, Jack. Can we get some hype in chat, baby? I got another one. I got another
There we
one.
go.
Let's go. I'm just,
All right,
I don't
Jack.
care. I'm camping spawn right now. It's a black guy doing this. And I'm back, baby. All right, let's kill this primeval and go home.
Yes.
Woo!
All right, melt the primevals, fire team. Melt the primeval. Let's make this happen.
Let's go. Oh, I'm dead. Let's melt this, baby.
Let's hit this. Let's hit it.
All right,
Hit it,
let's go
baby.
out on a
Hit it
win,
with everything
folks.
you got. No, he's not. No, he's not.
Yeah,
Let's
we did
go!
it, baby!
Let's go! How many did you take out? How many did you take out?
I don't know. I don't know. I think I
Well,
took
no,
out like
it'll
maybe
say in
2
your
or
stats.
3.
It'll say in your stats.
It'll say my stats. Okay, let's see. Let's see, chat. Come on.
Let's do this. Oh my God! He was
I got
one away from
3.
a army of 1. Let's go!
Yeah! Oh my God, we did it! Woo!
Through a grant from No Kid Hungry, which was a majority of our resources, right? To be able to purchase this truck and get it going. So families have a hard time to get from one place to another place. And I was like, man, why can't we be the ones to get to them, right? And we could lift off that burden, you know, eliminate that barrier and be able to serve our students, our families, in a way that they feel like we actually care for them.
Hi, I'm Steve Saylor, aka Blind Gamer Steve. I'm a content creator and accessibility advocate and consultant in the video game industry.
My name is T Morris. People call me T. They call me T Monster. I also go by Twitch Dad.
When I started looking into wanting to stream, I had known this dude here for about, I think about 10 years at that point. 10 years. And so I reached out to him. I was like, hey, you know what? I know you play Destiny. Would you be cool kind of helping me and guiding me through the game? I've never played it before.
This is when I gave you a little bit of honesty. I said, are you sure you want me? Because you see me play, so you know how bad my aim is. It'll be the blind leading the blind. And he went, that's what we'll call it.
All right, there's the Traveler. There's the Traveler in front of us. Let's go. Walk forward. Walk forward. I want you to enjoy this.
As someone who has a disability where it affects my vision and it is hard for me to be able to play games in general, having someone take the time and guide me through being able to play a game and not try to rush me through things, that meant the world to me.
Where's that? All right. Oh, there he is.
Yes! Yes! Oh, yeah!
In any other game, it's usually people don't want to play with a disabled person, whereas with Destiny, I can jump in with T, I can jump in with my friends, and even when we just jump in with random blueberries in the community, we can still be able to help each other out, and that's why I love Destiny.
Did you shoot my friend? That was a bad choice.
It's all about being able to reach out and pick someone up and being like, we can do this together. And that is being a hero. It's being able to lift everyone else up.
It's not about you. It's about the fire team. That's what makes a good guardian, is when it's about reaching the end goal and reaching it together.
How you doing, everybody? Welcome back. Real quick, before I get into this, did anybody see that stutter? Did anybody see the video stutter? My wife is watching it. Okay, so the video was stuttering. Is the stream looking okay to everybody? I should be watching. Hang on a minute. Hang on. Hey. Sorry, chat. I have to do a quick intervention here. You better behave, little guy. You better behave. Sorry, I had to do a little bit of kitten wrangling, everybody. Had to do a little bit of kitten wrangling because Benedict is having his his pumpkin, and he was trying to get, or rather, he was getting a bit blocked by the wee kittens, so I had to kick him out. Okay, so the videos. Okay, I just want to make sure that the video is hanging in there a-okay. So, the spatula, the spatula right there. If you're curious, let me flip back over to that. Spatula was a gift from some folks over at No Kid Hungry. That was one of the kids that's on the program, and they made for the ambassadors and for different staff members and stuff. These little spatulas. I mean, I can't cook with it because I want to keep that. As far as a New York book, I'm trying to figure out which New York book that is. But yeah, just a little hint of what's on my bookshelf, everybody. Okay, so getting back to it. So we are going to be taking a look. We're going to be taking a look at. I'm going to do a quick. I just need to back up a bit, and then we can get started on part 2. I'm going to do the. Let's see. Okay, so where is it? Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. I think that's a good place. I think that's a good place to start. All right. So let me do the rejoiner for part 2, and then we'll get into it. Here we go. It was the big red one. Big red one. Oh, it was the big red one when the camera's on the other side. Got it. Okay, here we go. Part 2 rejoiner, and then remember when I say yeah, we're calling it a night. Thank you very much. Don't worry, I'm still going to stick around for a little bit longer. Okay, all right, here we go. And welcome to part 2 of the 7th issue of the Grim Gazette. I am T. Morris of OSI, Old Spirits Investigations. You can call me T Monster or Twitch Dad. Every Tuesday, starting at 6, we go live, 6 p.m. Eastern Time, I should say. We go live on Twitch, and we share this experience live. On YouTube, we put up an edited version on Fridays and at the latest Monday morning, so that you have something to talk about before we get to the next Grim Gazette. And this is the part of the Grim Gazette where we go into a deep dive. I go into a deep dive, I go into a debunk. We try to figure out if something is real, if something is not. And I got both a new thing as well as a follow-up. Got a new thing to go into, and we also have a follow-up. Now, in my chat right now is Arelis. We are mutual fans and YouTube friends with Ryan and Dave of Paranormal Quest. And when I said that I was going to be debunking two of my favorite teams on the paranormal on Paranormal Investigation, Arelis said straight up, I really am going to be heartbroken if it's Paranormal Quest. I'm here to say it is not Paranormal Quest. I love those guys. I love what they do. It is not Paranormal Quest. All right, I just want to get that. I just want to get that out there right now. In fact, it is not in any way, shape, or form anybody that we have talked about. Well, not we have not covered already in a previous Grim Gazette, and I would not do that to Ryan and Dave because I love those guys. I love those palookas. I've learned a lot about how to film, edit, and do different things by watching Paranormal Quest, by watching Amy's Crypt, by watching Paranormal Encounters. So yeah, it is not those folks. But I have talked about at least one of these two teams in great length of how much I'm a fan of theirs, how much I love them. And I'm going to show you an example of what I love about them in this clip right here. They are currently on Mackinac Island, and this is the stylings of the Ghost Brothers, teamed up with Expedition X.
Is this your hat?
Does it bring back any memories for you? That's 100% beaver.
It's the good stuff.
Good stuff. High quality. Come on out real quick for us. Right now, I'm not catching anything on the SLS at all. Maybe put the hat right there. Yeah. And I think I have the REM pod right here, actually. So I'll put the REM pod right beside it. All right, so just show up, do a little dance for us. I'm not trying to get you to perform or nothing, but.
I'm just gonna pause this because I want to make sure, as much as I love the dark synthwave, here we go.
No pressure.
No pressure.
But if you want to come, wear your top hat.
We got a hat for you, man. Tell them what we got the hat. We got the hat.
Beaver skin hat.
You don't get no finer than that beaver skin. Would you mind showing yourself on this SLS cam? Definitely feel the temperature change. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa.
Some show up?
Look.
Right there.
Yes, and that's not the cameraman. We're right beside you. So, could you pick up your right hand for us?
Oh, it went up. There it's gone.
It's the felt. Okay, you got hype about the hat. You got hype about the hat. That hat, too, can be yours. Just got to do a little bit more, man.
Yep.
The REM pod is getting electromagnetic field hit.
I see that you're very smart. You like that REM pod? We had an anomaly show up.
Real quick. Hey, remember the footage here?
Yeah, it was
the same amount of time, real quick.
Ooh.
Okay. Before we go any further, let me just back this up a little bit. All right, so first off, let's talk a little bit about the Ghost Brothers, and let's talk about Expedition X. Now, for those of you who are familiar with Juwan Damon and Marcus right there. Those three guys make up the Ghost Brothers, and those guys are amazing. I've been a fan of theirs since show one. I absolutely love what they do. And Marcus is a personal favorite for several reasons. One, when they launched the show, he was pretty much the goofball, the plucky comic relief, as mentioned in Galaxy Quest. He was the plucky comic relief, and he would mug to the camera. He had the best expressions. I love Marcus, and we said as much in an episode of Old Spirits. So I'm a big fan of it, and also because they were the first, at least to my knowledge, they were the first like people of color that I have seen on their own show doing this thing. And hey, how you doing there, Spence? How are you? So I love the Ghost Brothers. I absolutely love the Ghost Brothers. Then there's Expedition X, and Expedition X is basically a skeptical, analytical person of science. That's Phil, the guy you see standing next to Marcus. And then they have the paranormal investigator that works alongside them. And I will look up her name right now. I thought I had it, and I don't have it. Let's see. Jess. So it's Phil and Jess. All right. It's Phil and Jess, and they and Jess is the paranormal investigator in the group. And they are basically sent on different extreme expeditions that deal with the paranormal, that deal with cryptids, that deal with UFOs, that deal with the unexplained. But none other than by what? You're throwing me off now. What's up? You got Pumpkin? You want me to open the door for the other cats? He's thinking about it. He kind of likes having the door shut. Let me go ahead and open the office door, and then I'll finish that thought. I'll start from the beginning again. All right. Take two, everybody. Okay. So then there's Expedition X. Expedition X are Phil and Jess. Phil is the skeptical scientist of the group. He's the guy that, he has done military ops. He has that kind of an analytical background. So that is what Phil does. Jess is a paranormal investigator. And they get sent off to investigate the unusual, the unknown, the unexplained, cryptids, UFOs, paranormal investigations. And sometimes they are joined by, but most of the time they are sent out to investigate by none other than Josh Gates of Expedition Unknown. Now, if you've never seen Expedition Unknown, you're missing out. I feel like whenever I watch Josh Gates, I feel like he is my brother from another mother. I love Josh Gates. And the point of no return for me wasn't his constant references to Indiana Jones, but it was when they're filming an Expedition Unknown in India, and he says in a voiceover, it's not like I'm going to suddenly break out into a Bollywood dance. And then the camera does an extreme zoom out, and he breaks it out with a cast behind him, and he is doing a full-on Bollywood routine. And Josh Gates is not a svelte, small man. He's a big dude. He's just a big, stocky dude. And man, he ripped it. He was great. So I friggin' love me some Josh Gates. I'm a big fan of the Ghost Brothers. I'm a big fan of Josh Gates and Expedition Unknown and Expedition X. I highly recommend you, if you have access to some previous episodes of Expedition X, look up his investigation of the Eloise Asylum just outside of Detroit. That is an incredible paranormal investigation. I really enjoyed that. And all that being said, I got to talk about this because this is heartbreaking. And I'm going to back it up a little bit. All that being said, this is heartbreaking. So I'm going to go on ahead and play the clip, and I will see if any of my experienced, my experienced team, because I know that Spence is out there. I want to know if anybody catches this. So here we go. I'm just going to hit play.
Ooh. Jess, we got the REM pod going off. What'd you guys just do?
We just put our REM pod in the closet.
Can you make the REM pod stop?
Oh! Yeah, we're getting activity up here, too. The REM pod was going off, and we just asked it to turn off, and it did it immediately.
And it stopped down here, so it's like it made its way up to you.
You think the REM pods are connected?
There's no way. 3 floors and a basement?
Ask the REM pod. Is whatever spirit up here connected to what's in the basement?
Is that your Bible?
Are you glad that we brought it back to you? That's spot on.
I'll play it again. But man, that hurts. Okay. And I do not know why I am blanking on... Just hang on a second. Dalen. Jeez. Dalen, not Damon. Dalen. It's Dalen, Jawan, and Marcus. Dalen, Jawan. Thank you, Arelis. So I'm going to go on ahead and play this one more time. I'm going to play this clip one more time. And it just hurts watching this. Because somebody should have noted that. Okay, why is it not playing? Come on. Come on. Well, it played just a minute ago. Let me just try that again. Oh, I forgot I had that other clip. Okay, we have a lot of stuff.
handwriting.
To try and make contact with whatever it was that caused the closet door to open. Juwan.
So we were at 4. We were right at 4 or something or other. Please hold. Almost there. Now, as far as SLS hits go, that's actually pretty freaking good. But I'm not the biggest fan of the SLS either because it's real dodgy. I'm not a fan of the SLS because I used to be an Xbox owner, and let me tell you something. Its tracking not that crash hot great. So using it to detect ghosts, you're asking a lot. It could barely keep up with me when I was doing not DDR. It was Dance Central. It was Dance Central. And sometimes the Kinect could not keep up with me. So I have that going for me, which is nice. But let's look at this clip again. And Arelis, you get another one. Nice work. So let's talk about this.
The REM pod is getting electromagnetic field hit.
I see that you're very smart. You like that REM pod? We had an anomaly show up.
Real quick. Hey, remember the footage here?
Yeah, it was.
It
like,
was same amount of time, real quick.
Ooh.
Jess, we got the REM pod going off. What'd you guys just do?
We just put our REM pod in the closet.
Can you make the REM pod stop?
Oh. Yeah, we're getting activity up here too. The REM pod was going off and we just asked it to turn off and it did it immediately.
And it stopped down here, so it's like it made its way up to you.
You think the REM pods are connected?
There's no way, 3 floors and a basement?
Ask the REM pod. Is whatever spirit up here connected to what's in the basement?
Is that your Bible?
Are you glad that we brought it back to you? That's spot on.
So, yeah, I'm not saying that they're faking it, but I am saying I am amazed that neither the Ghost brothers or Jess, the experienced paranormal investigator that she says that she is, did not know or played up that she did not know about walkie-talkies and REM pods. This was one of the first lessons that I took away from watching Portals to Hell. Because you'll notice that whenever Jack had a REM pod or a Mel meter go off, he would just say, is anybody on walkies? Is anybody on walkies? He would say it over and over again. No one is using walkies, right? We're all off walkies. And he would later talk about this on his podcast, Ghost and Grit, about how, yeah, there were some producers that would basically use walkie-talkies to trigger this, to trigger REM pods. And one of the other things that I just noticed watching this again, and now this I do not fault, and I want to make sure I'm clear on this too. I am not faulting Expedition X or the Ghost brothers on, but I'm gonna see if I can catch it. Okay, so that is the neutral position for a REM pod. If that center red light is going like that, it's fine. It's in the neutral position.
Anomaly show up
real quick. Hey, remember the footage here?
Yeah, it was.
It was same amount of time, real quick.
Ooh. All right, so we got the green light. You know, we
got the REM pod going off. What'd you guys just do?
We just put our REM pod in the closet.
And because they're talking on the
Can
walkies.
You make the REM pod stop?
Oh. Yeah, we're getting
And that
activity up here
center
too.
red light
The REM
is
pod was
there
going
as
off
a
and we
power
just asked it to
indicator
turn
that
off
yes,
and it did it
it's on and it's
immediately.
working. And of course, she lets go of the button
And it
goes
stopped down
off.
here, so it's like it made.
He says, and it stopped down here. Now take a look. We should be hearing something right there. We should be hearing something. And we're not. Yellow light's on. That's an alarm. If it's in the neutral position, it's going to be in red. And here's kind of where we talk about, and before they go, well, do you have anything to back that up, T? Do you have anything that you got to back that up? Yes, I do. And I will go on ahead and cite these guys. This is us. And this was one of my
It's
personal
a long
lessons.
compilation, and I'm gonna.
And yeah, these guys. I've heard nothing but good things about them, particularly the guy on the left. I hear that he is a handsome devil and makes some mean carne asada tacos. But let's take a look at what happened to me personally when this happened.
Talk you through most of it, but then I'm just going to go quiet on the last clip because it's the last clip that really made me go, "There's something there. There's something there." You have not seen this. Ooh, so here we go. So as I'm setting up, you're going to see T nerd out a little bit because he thinks he's replicated what happened in the bathroom. Before we go lights out.
All right, so real quick, one, this is the old format of Old Spirits, the whole picture in picture and compilation of clips. But you'll notice over here. Oh, thank you, thank you. look, that I blame code.gov on, okay? They got me to actually loosen up and decorate my my laptop. It's now become a thing. But what I want to point out is that here's my Mel meter. Here's Mel, okay? Mel's in the window, and Mel's ready to go. Then this happens.
The last time a train was here, we had a...
By the way, if you want to have a quick solution to that, Cammie, what I do is I get the Jelliskin, which I know can easily peel off and peel back on, and I just get like a neutral cover for Jelliskin, and then I just put all the stickers I want on it. Piece of cake. Okay, sorry. Going back to this. Here we go.
REM pod in the windowsill.
So I got the REM pod in the window.
Off left and right. So I just wanted to see if it would happen again.
And what I'm trying to replicate is that a train is coming in. Okay, a train is coming in. And the last time a train came in, and we were investigating in the girls' bathroom at the candy factory, the REM pod just went nuts. It went absolutely nuts. Now, we had deduced that the metal pipes that you see on the left-hand side, there's some high EMF coming from here. But when we had it in this area, there was no EMF. Everything was chill. Everything was fine. The train started coming in, and before the train even arrived, it was just the REM pod was going bananas. So I'm trying to replicate this. I've got my REM pod in there. Watch what happens next.
My Mel meter, which is a REM pod.
Thank you, Pastor.
Team, this is second floor. Are we ready to go? REM pod hit, second floor. Train's here. Phil, are you ready?
See, it's going nuts. But see, I'm also on a walkie-talkie talking to the team on the second floor and the team on the third floor and the team on the first floor. And also take a look at how far away from it I am. So there's the Mel meter. I am off camera. So I was at least double the length from where I'm standing to the REM pod.
I was so excited. But wait. Lights out.
Was there a train outside the window at that time?
The train was coming in, just like last time. And I was very excited about this, but like I said, I'm gonna be doing this. Just real quick. We are lights out over. That was me. Now that could have been lights out, over and out. So how a REM pod works, if everybody wants to get a closer look at it, I'll back over this way. Copy that. There's one more thing I want to try.
So you see, there's a lot of chatter. Now, I'm receiving the chatter. You'll notice nothing is happening on the REM pod. But the moment that I send out a signal, the moment I get on the radio...
This is second floor, over. That could be the walkie-talkie. Yeah. It is the walkie.
Now, you say that you say odd T, baby OSI investigations. No, Cammie, this was our season 2 launch. This was only last year. And when I saw that happen, I was like, all the episodes, because by that time I had seen several episodes of Portals to Hell, and I was like, oh, that's why Jack. Look at that, Panic resubbing for 50 months. How about that? Thank you. I appreciate you, Panic, so much. Thank you so much, and again, congratulations. We are thrilled for you. We are absolutely thrilled for you. But I had seen several episodes of Portals to Hell, and I was like, oh, this is why Jack was always asking, is anybody on walkies? Is anybody on walkies? Because that radio signal is interfering with the EMF signal that is surrounding the Mel meter. It's that instant hit of radio waves that triggers the triggers the millimeter, and it's coming from walkie-talkies. So that was where I learned this very valuable lesson, and I've only been at this stage. We haven't even hit our second anniversary as a team yet. But Jess is an experienced paranormal investigator, and Dalen, Jawan, and Marcus, they are experienced paranormal investigators as well. So they should know the whole thing about, and I think this might be one of the reasons why you don't see REM pods on ghost hunters. You don't see REM pods or millimeters because they do not have, they don't have that. They don't go into, a space without walkies. So they're constantly in touch with each other. And I'm a little disappointed, but again, this goes back, and now a shot like this though, that's the producer's call, because the producer has to be telling a narrative. The producer has to be telling a narrative, and this is one of the things that I also learned when I met some of these experienced ghost hunters, Jack Osborne and Jason Hawes. One of the reasons why we have not seen a new ghost show with Jack and Katrina, who worked really well together, and I, like I said, I love Portals to Hell. But they said, yeah, we're still locked into a contract with a production company that we're not really keen on working with again. And I got a better understanding of that when I had the Q&A with Jason Hawes, and I asked him and his team, and if you watch the video, you'll notice how much I was fearing for my life when I said, I noticed that you're debunking more this season, and you hadn't been debunking as much in previous seasons. And they took that as me saying, you guys don't debunk. And I really quickly backpedaled and said, no, I didn't say that. I said, I noticed you're doing it more on the show, and you had stopped doing it on the show for a few seasons. And I was trying to explain that, yeah, I missed that. I'd like to know what's changed. And Jason was like, oh, okay. And he, and everybody kind of settled down, and Jason was like, at one time we were on the move so hard, we just trusted our producer to review and take care of the show, because we were busy going from one location to the next. And of course, I'm trying to also keep up with stuff that my kids are doing and so on. And we trusted the wrong producers, and they started cutting a lot of the stuff that we were debunking, because they said, well, we have to tell the story. And and you can also go back to the Paranormal Personal that I did about this, where I talk about how with a lot of these shows, with the Sam and Colbys and the Chris and Selenas, they're kind of stepping very, very, very gently. They're stepping into, I'm trying to remember how I put it. Yeah, they were stepping. Got it. Thank you for bearing with me. What a lot of these other groups do is they straddle the line between paranormal investigation and paranormal entertainment. And I want to say Jason and Jack are not the only ones that I've heard people talk about producers who say we have to follow a narrative. We have to tell a story. We have to follow a narrative. Well, for some of us, the story is the investigation. It's not building a false narrative. It's one of the things that's happening right now with the Charleston investigation that we're going to be launching in April with season 3. There's a segment that Phil really wants to feature in the show, and I'm like, no, we're going to make that a members only, and we got to film a disclaimer in front of it, because we build this narrative based on what we're getting from the different ITC devices that we're working with. But we could not find any corroborating evidence that these people lived in this house, that there was anybody in the area, that there was a murder. We couldn't corroborate any of it. That is very different from when we were at the candy factory, which again, if you go back to the episode, that particular episode, the part 2 that you saw where I did the false reaction with the walkie-talkie. In that same, later on in that same segment, we talk about the early reactions. In fact, later on, there's the REM pod goes off when the train is pulling in. Nobody is on walkie. Nobody is on walkies, and mine is actually turned off. And the REM pod is going off. Now, I did read somewhere, somebody claimed, well, I have had REM pods trigger in a moving car and have trains trigger it and buildings trigger it from a quarter of a mile away. I'm like, that's putting off one heavy duty radio signal. And I don't think that's not how powerful. Remember, REM pods are powered by a 9-volt battery. So I don't think that was and also the fact that it was a moving car. The thing is that any slight movement can trigger a REM pod. So I kind of, that I think is trying a little too hard. But we were able to replicate the train coming in and the REM pod going off. And then we also kept getting Edwin over and over again. Then we did some digging and we found out about the accident where 4 kids were killed and one of the kids' name was Edwin. Now that's building an accurate narrative that has got some corroboration to it. And whenever you're putting together a show, producers, it's going to be the producer's job. They sincerely do not care if you find anything compelling. They want to have something that keeps people coming back. Their job is to make a good show. So they are going to try to come up with any narrative to work. And it is documented that REM pods, while very trusted in the field by paranormal investigators, if you've got a walkie-talkie, all you got to do, you can have it in your coat pocket, you can have it behind your back, you can have it concealed. Heck, you can have it just beside you and then being filmed on the angle where the phone or the walkie-talkie is by your side and the camera doesn't see it. And you can go ahead and hit the walkie-talkie button and you can get a hit off the REM pod. You have to be very careful about that sort of thing. And I'm not going to say that the Ghost brothers and Jess were willingly trying to pull a fast one. I don't think that. But I do think it was sloppy investigation because they should have known. And if they didn't know, I'll be surprised. I would be incredibly surprised because that was something that when I figured it out and then I saw it on Portals to Hell, I'm like, oh, that was a rookie move on my part. So I'm not going to fault them. I'm not going to fault them for the way the show is edited. The yellow light is on instead of the red light and there's no sound coming out of it. I'm like, okay, come on, guys. But I would be incredibly surprised if the Ghost brothers and Jess did not know about the REM pod and how it can be triggered by a walkie-talkie. That would shock me. That being said, if they learn from the Grim Gazette that a REM pod can be triggered by a walkie-talkie, I do hope they give us a shout out in a future episode because I'm still a fan of both the Ghost Brothers and Expedition X, and I will continue to watch said shows. But I will probably be doing it with just a little bit of skepticism. But seriously, if you do learn OS, I would love to collaborate with you guys, both Ghost Brothers and Josh Gates, because Josh, I love you. I love you so much, bro. Okay. Is my fanboy showing? I think my fanboy is showing. Sorry about that. Let's get to the next clip that I wanted to share with you all. And I'm pretty excited about this. This is a return to the Crooked Pub. This is a return to the Crooked Pub. So, in the interim between episodes, Tez actually reached out to me. And if you remember, Tez is the guy who hosts Very Nearly Interesting. He was really appreciative of the shout out, and he gave me the time code where the EVP occurred. And the funny thing is, when we were watching this, we were right on top of it. And I got to give a shout out to where it's due. So let me go ahead and play it, and I'll show you what he caught on that microphone of his.
On a crazy angle, nothing rolls down it. But there's also a strange phenomenon in this pub, that marbles roll up bank. Let me show you. There's a marble here for use by tourists. Have you had to go yet? Marble. That's clearly going up bank. The problem is with this pub is you don't have an horizon for reference. You've got no way of centering your brain. You haven't got an horizon to be able to understand.
Spence, you were right. The voice that I thought was coming from the other side of the pub, apparently nobody was there. He cited it 7 minutes, 14 seconds in.
Up bank. The problem is with this pub is you don't have an horizon for reference. You've got no way of centering your brain. You haven't got an horizon to be able to understand which is the right way up.
And that is clear. That is clear. He did not hear that, and he even said that in the shout out clip that I believe he is keeping for members only. And I'll play that again for you.
Here for use by tourists. Have you had to go yet? Marble. That's clearly going up bank. The problem is with this pub is you don't have an horizon for reference. You've got no way of centering your brain. You haven't got an horizon to be able to understand which is the right way up. I'm looking at that, and it's clearly going up bank.
So yeah, that was the EVP that Tez had caught on his show, and he came out and said, I really don't believe in that ghost stuff. I really don't. I just bought this microphone because I was told it was a really good microphone. I've never had that happen before. And Tez and I had a back and forth, and he was kind enough to point that out. So I wanted to play that for everybody. In particular, I wanted to play it for one of our mods the most, Resonant Moon, because they called that. They were like, "Oh, it's right there. It's right there." And I'm like, "No. I think that's somebody in the pub." Confirmed by Tez himself. He didn't hear that at the time. It was only after he was putting this episode together, and I want to say this is like his third episode or something, that he caught that sound. I'll play it for you one more time.
Here for use by tourists. Have you had to go yet? Marble. That's clearly going up bank. The problem is with this pub is you don't have an horizon for reference. You've got no way of centering your brain. You haven't got an horizon to be able to understand which.
And what's really amazing about that particular EVP, what's really amazing about that, the kind of microphone that he is using is a dynamic mic. This is also a dynamic mic. The dynamic mic, just to illustrate this, I'm going to move the pop filter out of the way. The dynamic mic is where you talk directly into it like this, okay? That is how you address any kind of dynamic mic. Now, if you recall, when I first started streaming, actually, most of you have watched. Where is it? It's like a comedy routine, isn't it? Do I not have it in here? I have the stand in here, but I don't have the actual mic. Okay. I thought I had another microphone over here. I do not. Okay, so we'll use this as an example. So, for those of you who have been watching this channel for a long time, you'll remember that I had a mic that was actually suspended like this, and I was speaking directly. It was off to the side like this, but I was speaking directly into it, not from the top, but like facing its label. That's a condenser mic, okay, a studio condenser mic. Studio condenser mic, you talk you talk to the front of the mic. With a dynamic mic, you talk to the top of the mic, okay? And what's amazing about a dynamic mic is that if I turn away from it, right, you'll notice the difference. A studio condenser mic is built that when you're talking to its face, it'll pick up every nuance around you. A dynamic mic is only supposed to pick up your voice and your voice alone, which is why the fact that it is that clear, it tells me that whatever he picked up, it was right next to him. It had to be.
Have you had to go yet?
Yeah, the Blue Yeti. The Blue Yeti is an example of a condenser mic, if I remember correctly. I have a blue. I take that back. I think the Blue Yeti is in fact dynamic, because I have a dynamic mic over there on the Mac side, and it's a Logitech G, and it's dynamic because I'm speaking to the top of it, not in its front. So, but keep that in mind. A dynamic mic is designed only to pick up really what's on the top, what's coming in from the top. So the fact that he didn't hear this, and that clear.
Marble. That's clearly going up bank. The problem is with this pub is you don't have an horizon for reference. You've got no way of centering your brain. You haven't got an horizon to be able to understand which is the right way up.
And in the clip that he shared with everybody, he didn't have the wacky music behind it. So yeah, that is very nearly interesting. And I wanted to make sure I shared that out. And again, I'm going to give another shout out to Tez over at Very Nearly Interesting. Very kind of him to give me the time code for it and to make that a little easier for me to share with you all. All right. You know what? I think that will wrap it up. I think that's going to wrap it up for this segment. I do have another clip, but I think I'm going to save it for next week because I want to tinker with that clip a little bit. Because for me, what was being pointed out in the clip, I think I need to take a closer look at it. So I'm going to save that one for episode 8 of the Grim Gazette. But yeah, I'm really hoping I'm really hoping that it was an honest to God mistake that the Ghost Brothers and Expedition X did, because the investigation of the Eloise Asylum just outside of Detroit was a pretty amazing experience. And I think that Josh and Jess, because Josh was in that investigation, and Josh, Jess, and Phil all handled it like pros. I really enjoyed their investigation of that. But I'm a big fan of the Ghost Brothers. I'm a big fan of Expedition X. That was a rookie move. And even my wife said, wait a minute, they're on walkies. Why are they looking at a REM pod and they're on walkies? And that's one of the first things that when you're watching, was that the only issue with the real issue with the entire investigation. The other thing that I'm noticing more and more with Ghost Brothers is, you know, that is also a possibility that they might have known and hoped we wouldn't know. And again, that gets back to my fear when I started doing the Grim Gazette. If I was going to debunk people, especially people that I respected, I want to make sure that I'm not misinterpreted as being one of those bitter ass paranormal investigators. Like, it's like, yeah, you know, typical networks, you know, making money and doing a living. No, that's not where I'm coming from. My thoughts are, I want to make sure that their I's are dotted and T's are crossed, because I trust these guys. And I don't think it arose. I can tell if someone is like super distrustful. You seem pretty much above board, but I think it's a fair. It is a fair expectation that we should trust their judgment. And I think that's what makes Jack Osborne, in my opinion, one of the best out there, because you see it in every episode. The moment the REM pod goes off, first thing out of his mouth is anybody on walkies? Is anybody on walkie-talkie right now? He always checks. Even when it's not portals to hell, he's always checking. And I really dig that. I dig that. Thank you, Bonnie, for that unofficial Doug rate of 1. I appreciate you. As far as it being the only real issue, one of the things that I wish the Ghost Hunters would, the Ghost Brothers would do is they seem very reliant on phone-driven apps. Their Spirit Box is an app. They're using a lot of that tech, and because your phone isn't necessarily a radio, I just kind of wish they would go on ahead and get an actual Spirit Box and use that. Apart from that, the rest of the investigation was actually pretty good. However, I don't mind saying this, John, that happened near the beginning, and it really did kind of cloud my judgment and jade my opinion about that particular investigation, because I'm like, come on, guys, you would know better. You would know better. If they didn't, and they're finding out first time ever on Grim Gazette, then hey guys, how you doing? I'm T. I work with OSI, and I would love to have you guys work with us. But as far as the rest of the investigation, what I thought I had a clip of, but it turns out I didn't, was they were using the app-driven Spirit Box, and they actually got the word beaver. And they were dealing with the hat. This was Marcus and Phil. They were dealing with the hat, which was a beaver pelt hat. And the fact that out of all the random words for it to say beaver, that's pretty amazing. It's just the thing with the REM pod really threw me for a loop. And I went, come on, guys. And so I'm hoping that they will, if they don't get educated by the Grim Gazette, I will hope that somebody will take it to them in a very subtle manner and not out them at a convention or anything like that. That type of stuff drives me bananas. When people get brought to task in a public forum. This is a public forum. What am I doing? It's when it's in a Q&A session and people do gotcha questions. Here's a good example. I'm planning to go to a Q&A for Project Fear, and I want to ask them a simple question. I'm going to be setting it up by talking about what happened at the Conjuring House. But what I'm not going to do is ask them in a live crowd with a bunch of people, so do you think Satori and Cody are faking it? And I just know some yuccaputts at one of these Paracons is going to try to corner Jason, whether it's during a Q&A or whether it's at a signing booth, and he's going to ask that question. Why are you letting Satori and Cody, besmirch the great name of Taps? Someone's going to do that. And the reason I know this, I think I shared this with you all on a previous stream. I at one time was doing a workshop alongside Lonnie Tupu. Lonnie Tupu was Commander Crace and the voice of Pilot in Farscape. And we were doing a workshop together. And part of the perks of doing that was that I got a chance to sit and share a table with him. So I got to see him deal with the general public as he was signing autographs and stuff. And some people would come up, not buy anything, not purchase an autograph, but grill him, hold Lonnie responsible for some of the writing choices of the series. And I'm sitting there going, dude. And it was like there was no filter. And the line between that kind of fan of science fiction and that kind of fan of the paranormal, that is paper thin. And I'm talking about that real crepe paper, you know, it's just the kind of paper you can see through. It's that thin. And I would not do that to Jason Hawes. I would love to have a one-on-one with Jason, just us. But would I do? There are two reasons why I wouldn't do that. One, that is rude AF. Absolutely rude AF to do that to somebody. Second, Jason Hawes is my age and he is twice my size. And I'm not talking about he's got the fenderless belly. He is stacked, jacked, and packed. He looks great for a man of his age. And that roly-poly ghost hunter that you see in the early seasons of Ghost Hunters, yeah, that's in his rear view. He looks jacked. He looks great. I bet you he could bench press me if he wanted to. Which means if some yuccaputz tried to do that at his autographing table, that man is taking his life into his own hands. I mean, one of the stories that Jason told, where he talks about how it's not the dead that scare him so much as the living. There was a ghost. There was an investigation that they went on, not necessarily for the Ghost Hunter show, but for TAPS, and it was him, Steve, Tango, and I think two of the girls were with him. Not his daughters, but two of the women that were on the team. And they were wrapping up, and the guy just said, "You can't leave." And they were like, "Sorry?" And they were like, "No, you can't leave." And the dude was serious. He just had that vacant look in his eyes, and he just said, "You can't leave." And Jason walked up to him and just cold cocked him. Bam! And the guy, one punch, and he was down. Yes, Aurelius. He is the Dwayne Johnson. He is the Rock of the paranormal. Yeah. But he decks this guy. He falls, and then, you know, Dave and Steve kind of look at each other, and they look at Jason. Jason's like, "We'll step over him." And they just stepped over him. I mean, he's telling the story, and I am losing it because I'm like, yeah, I can see that. And I mean, I would not want to challenge Jason in that way. And if I was lucky enough to have like beers with Jason or something like that, that wouldn't be what I'd lead with. I'd want to work up to something like that. And even then, I would just go so gentle with that topic. But it's gonna be a hot button. And someone did poke that bear when they said this thing that Satori and Cody can do, and everybody on there had the same stock answer. We don't know how they do it. We don't know how they do it. Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you for the lurk. I appreciate it. But in this particular case, I'm okay with saying I still love the Ghost Brothers. I still love Expedition X. I'm really hoping that what happened here was either A, a huge mistake, or B, there is an off chance. Because I've said it before, when it comes to paranormal investigation, we are all learning as we go. We are all learning as we go. And it's one of the things where that I love about people like Paranormal Quest, people like Connor Biddle over at Paranormal Encounters. And I'm really hoping that I can do a collab with any of those guys or with Amy's Crypt. Because one of the things I notice is that there is a real camaraderie and also a willingness to learn. A willingness to share information on how to navigate this field. Because, yes, there is some science to it. I do believe there is some science to this. But we're all learning. And I didn't know that about I really did not know that about REM pods and walkie-talkies. And like I did, and I that's why I showed that. I showed that clip to the folks at the Candy Factory to say, yeah, I figured out that walkies were a trigger for the REM pod. But then I showed them another clip where I'm nowhere near the REM pod. The REM pod's behind me in the background. The train is coming in. I'm not on walkie. And it's going off. It's going off. So yeah, I feel like we're all learning this as we go. And I'm just crossing my fingers that the folks at Expedition X and the Ghost Brothers legitimately did not know, because I could also tell from the way it was being edited, there were some tight edits in there. And
shovel.
Could it have potentially been the train triggering it? I thought about that too, and I'm like, well, yeah, they have radios on the train. They have people on walkie on the train, but the train is nowhere near the REM pod. The train is so far away from the REM pod. There's no way it could trigger it. No possible way. So, and thank you for the shovel. Great question, Bonnie. A legit question. And we thought about that, but and if you want to know why I really don't believe it's the train, let me go on ahead and show you the clip that kind of cinched it for me. It's right up here. And ironically, I'm struggling with the SB11. I was missing a few steps, which is why I made the 5-minute paranormal. And this is how you set up your SB11, and because it was here, I was setting it up improperly. But let me go ahead and show you. Let me show you where, for me, I was like, okay, that's not the train setting it off, and that's not me setting it off. So, returning to this investigation, this is part 2 of the Candy Factory, and I'll just let this clip play.
Does it make you happy to see so many people here? There's a millimeter. Watch. I thought I heard it say, well, shoot. Train's coming in. See that? Train's coming in, and it's going off. Can you tell me what that is? And look at where it's placed. Back.
So, where it is in relation, we are now a floor above it, so we're even further away from the train. And I'm not even near the wall. And so the train is coming in, and that REM pod is going off. It's firing off. And so this was the this was the linchpin for me that said, okay, this is working here. This is legit. Because the earlier clip that we had in this sequence, we were on the same bathroom that you saw me where I debunked myself. We weren't using any radios. Nobody was on a radio. Train pulls in, REM pod goes off. So we have the train showing up, REM pod reaction on 2 different floors, and then in various locations, we were getting on the spirit box, Edwin. And that was when we put together the train accident, kid named Edwin. He was killed there, you know. So I know that it's not the train setting off the REM pod. But, you know, strong radio sources, that's gonna affect it. That's gonna affect it. Great question though. Thank you, Bonnie. And so yeah, I that one I can say this one stung a bit because I hate I hate debunking / calling out people that I really respect in this, but I should be able to do that. I should be able to say, hey guys, I don't know if you're aware of this, but you might want to check your P's and Q's on this one. And and I'd like to also think that what I did here, the way I present this to you all, it's done in a respectful and a courteous manner. And I say that with utter reverence because, again, I have mad fanboy love for Josh Gates, because we both agree about the 4th Indiana Jones film. and we both loved the Dial of Destiny and the way it ended. So there's that. Okay, with that, thank you all very much for joining me on this 7th episode, lucky 7th episode of the Grim Gazette, filmed live on Twitch, Tuesdays, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. Again, if you want to come in, be part of the chat, by all means, come ahead and check us out on Twitch. If you miss us on Twitch, if Tuesday night's a bad night, don't worry. This will be showing up in the OSI feed on Fridays. If I miss my Friday, it'll be Mondays, but you can always count on a new Grim Gazette. There may be no. We'll be able to. We'll still be able to do Grim Gazette on the Friday of our premiere. And speaking of which, yes, that premiere is going to be on April 12th. We will be premiering part 1 of the Charleston investigation as our premiere of season 3 of Old Spirits. And then the following day, we have at least one investigation. It might be 2, but we're going to have at least one investigation live from Clifton Forge, Virginia, which you're going to find out more about as we get closer to the event. And then the following Sunday, April 14th, I will be back from Clifton Forge. I'll be sitting down here in the camera. I will be multi-streaming for both YouTube and Twitch, and we can have a sit down and talk a little bit about the weekend on a whole, what you thought of it, how we can improve it, and what we can do, right? And yeah, that's the long and short of it. Thank you all so much for joining me on this episode of the Grim Gazette. As always, stay weird. And there you go. There you go. And I'll be able to edit all that together, and we're gonna put that up on YouTube and et cetera, et cetera. Yes, Bonnie. Today is Tuesday. Today is Tuesday. I know this because last night was supposed to be the Monster Hunt Monday, and I wound up bailing on Dead Space 2 because, Dead Space 2 was very unpleasant. And I was playing on casual. Playing on casual, man. And it was, and you know what was really heartbreaking was I think I was only two set pieces away from the finale. 2 set pieces away from the finale. But the fact that I was constantly dying, and it had only been like 20 minutes into the gameplay, I'd be like, no, I don't want to go through this again. I don't want to go through chain deaths. And I gotta tell you, I hate as a gaming device the indestructible monster that just constantly follows you. I'm like, really? I mean, the way that monster was able to, I was able to stasis it, go through a door, and it somehow had a back way already planned. And I'd do that, and it knew all the back ways. I mean, not even the xenomorphs were that clever in Aliens, okay? No, now you see, here's the difference though, John. Yes, they had an indestructible one in the first one, but there was a way to defeat it that was clever, and you just had to time it and lure it right and yada yada yada. And then when it showed up again, it didn't know all the back ways. It didn't know, it didn't seem to have like one of those one of those things that would tell you, oh no, you want to go this way to go. Oh, okay. But no, but you're right. You're right. I was saying this last night, John. The way I would look at Dead Space 2, I liked it, but I honestly, I don't know if that's what they called it in they didn't call it GPS in Dead Space, but they called it something like that. But the thing I was going to say though is that I didn't feel as emotionally attached to Dead Space 2 as I did in Dead Space, and I think what it is okay. Let's look at the aliens thing. With Alien, what was cool about it was that, yeah, these were people that they had no training in this whatsoever. These were basically space truckers that were told, yeah, go by here and pretend you're scientists. And then they wind up, yeah, that was the thing. The stupid things that Kane did, you'd expect a space trucker to do that. The stupid things that the scientists were doing in Covenant and Prometheus, they're scientists. They should know better. Kind of like Ghost Brothers and Expedition X. They should know better. Space truckers won't know that. But what I thought was cool, what I thought was really cool was that in Alien, it was a small group of people and one alien, and he was just picking them off. He was just picking them off one by one. In Aliens, yeah, there's more of them, but this time they actually had weapons, and they had like Marines, and they had training. They still got picked off, but there was more of a we are trained to survive. It wasn't just okay, everything like when you look at Alien, everything that they're doing is kind of reactionary. Whereas with Aliens, they're like, okay, let's set up a perimeter, let's do this, and then we'll see how we fare. And there was a fighting exactly, Cammy, there was a fighting chance. So it was more, but there was a balance to it. There was a balance to that more. Yeah, we're throwing a whole bunch of aliens at you. In fact, we're going to throw a queen at you, but we are also trained. We've got access to weapons. We've got access to military training. We know how we're going to navigate through this. Dead Space, the first one was just wicked cool and absolutely bonkers. But the second one just felt like we're going to throw more monsters at you. And this time we're going to make and the big twist at the end is we're going to make the monster your dead girlfriend. And along with making your monster the dead girlfriend, then we're going to throw in the mystery man at the end, which, when you think about it, has shades of the elusive man from Mass Effect. So I wanted to feel that same emotional attachment that I felt with Dead Space. I didn't get that in Dead Space 2. I thought it was a good game. Let me rephrase that. I thought it was a decent game. It was a decent game, but it got ridiculous at the end. On casual, I shouldn't have been dying like that. I really shouldn't have been. I was just like, this is no longer fun. This is no longer casual. This is ridiculous. This is redonkulous. And as far as, but I just felt like something was missing, and I couldn't put my finger on it, John. I could not put my finger on it. But and to rage quit, to basically say no, I'm done. I'm done with this game. Being that close to the end was harsh, but life's too short to rage. Life is just way too short to rage. I want to enjoy my games. I really do. And so, yeah. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk. So, did anybody have any questions about where we're headed in April? Anybody have any questions about anything coming up with the with season 3? Anything, any questions? Now's a good time to ask them, because I'm starting to wind down, starting to wrap things up. I did want to while I wait for anybody to come up with something, if they wanted anything that was on their minds about anything that they saw in the Grim Gazette tonight or otherwise. You notice that I'm saying now there's at least one investigation that we're doing. And I'm talking right now with Spence. Not right now I'm talking with Spence, but I'm talking with Spence. We may have a second investigation that we're going to do in the same night. I don't know if it's going to happen, but we're kind of we're kind of crossing our fingers and seeing if it happens. If it happens, I'm going to be over the moon. I'm going to be over the moon. People who found something during the live still get a t-shirt someday. It's on the to-do list, Cammy. It is on the to-do list. Okay. I will let you know when those things happen. Okay. But it's something I would like to do. It's something that I would like to do. And we haven't we have the thing is we haven't quite we're just ironing out the details of the partnership of what we need to do, you know, how we need to go further on, and how do we build things, you know. We're also trying to get the hype up for season 3, because of course that's going to be, I will say this, I have noticed that our watch hours are actually going up. I'm wondering if being a partner, does that mean that more people are getting our content suggested to them? It's something I'm curious about, because I have noticed that since we went live with, since we became partners, our watch hours have gone up by at least 200 hours. You can binge watch all the past episodes. Thank you, Cammy. You are a delight. You'd like to rewatch? Yeah. We as I like to tell people, okay, if you do a team rewatch of our older investigations, be ready for a different kind of style that we abandoned because we were the only ones doing it. And I thought it was working, but then I started to see a change in our viewership when we went from, so again, as you all saw with the clip with the folks from when we sat down with Win, and when we sat down with the folks from the Candy Factory, one of the things that was dramatically different was we had an audience to actually work with, right? Whereas the original shows were still following that kind of format. It was picture in picture. It was us setting up clips and where we were. We weren't doing like continuous shots and then pointing stuff out. We would put in clips, and all the clips would have subtitles. We subtitled all the clips on our own, and and it's kind of a trade-off. We no longer have picture in picture. We no longer do clip segments. What we do now is we do the full investigation, well, as much of the full investigation from beginning to end, and we started playing around with that during the Fauquier County Jail. We were doing, I pieced it together, and what you'll notice is we don't really start filming each other until we go to the distillery, and that's where you actually start to see us kind of lock in, because that was when I noticed I started really looking at Amy's Crypt. I started looking at the shows that I watch, and even the shows that I don't like. They all have one thing in common. They are filming each other. And I always ask myself, well, why are they doing that? Why are they filming each other? And it's because people love to watch the reactions. And I understand that now, especially after watching, or actually finishing the rough cut of part 2 of the Charleston episode. Now, not going to give any spoilers away, but basically there was something that happens in the part 2, and I'm not going to give it away. But something happens in part 2, and it turned out that one of the investigators we were with, Boo, filmed me, just me, and my reaction to it. And I noticed an entirely different vibe come out of it, and I was like, oh, this is why they do it. This is why people do this. This is why they are filming in this style. And so Phil and I did a full pivot, and we pivoted so that we could start shooting that way. And when we went to the old hospital on College Hill, we shot that way. We made, and we're still working on that. And you see it, you see us actually perfect that style a bit when Pip and I went to Gettysburg. because again, we're filming each other. The one and we're you know, the more we do it, the more fluid the thing becomes. It's one of those things where with the style of paranormal investigation, I figured out you need to have at least 3 good cameras, because if you got a team of 2, exactly, yeah, you got to have a team. You got to have at least a team of 2. And this is where I think it's going to get tough for Connor, and that's why I'm hoping Connor will join us at one of our events. But even Connor has got the mindset for it. With a team of 2, you've got somebody filming you, somebody filming the other person, and then you have a third camera, and the third camera is basically like in a corner of the room somewhere, and it's filming everything else. So that way you have at least 3 angles to go to. And I think what Connor was doing was he had, I think he had at least 1 camera with the with the schoolhouse. He had the camera in his hand, and I think that was it. And that was enough, you know, just doing the 2-camera cut. But again, you want to make sure that you have that so that people can see your reactions to things. That's what people want to see. And I get it now. I especially after Charleston, I get it. And that change, and I appreciate you saying that, by the way, Arillis. That's a lot of work. Thank you. The reason why we did the picture-in-picture and the whole clip review thing, the way I described it to people is what we're trying to do is we're trying to be the cinema therapy of paranormal. That's the way I pitched to people. We're the cinema therapy of paranormal, which is where they're looking at a clip from a film and then they talk about it in the picture-in-picture, which is cool, but that's not what people want in a paranormal investigation show. Maybe in a clip review show, something like Grim Gazette, if it's something where we're doing a best of and we're doing a clip review, I think that's different too. But the trade-off is that instead of having, you know, the picture-in-picture and lining that up and getting everything all synced up, now it's syncing up all of our camera sources and then making one continuous cut. That's hard. I'm not gonna lie. Chat, that is really hard. And I'm trying to tighten up that workflow. It is not easy. But what I have noticed is that when we started doing what I was originally calling immersive clips, where it was the entirety of one part of the investigation, I saw our numbers go up, and I said, "Oh, okay, I think this is the way we need to go." And you know, while change is hard, at the same time, I think it's made us. I think it's made the videos. I think it's made them better. And the other thing I like about it too is being able to come on, like, and I wanted to say thank you to everybody, by the way. Thank you all so much. Part 2 of Charleston, I had that edited within 2 days. And it was all those streams that I did with you all where we were putting in the different hits, and we were going through the footage. Oh, wow. That was all done. And then all I had to do was just drop in a voiceover, maybe a little more footage, bing, boom, 2 days, and part 2 was ready for Phil. And now I just got to wait for Phil to get to that stuff and take care of it. And I know he will. He's on top of it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be seeing Phil on Friday. I wanted to make sure you all knew that the streams that we had planned for Friday are going to be canceled. And that is mainly because we are going to be heading over, we being me and Pip. The 2 of us are going to be going over to the Rossies, and we're going to be shooting the Antietam episode. So the first 3 investigations should be Charleston, then the Bird Theater, and then Antietam. And then in between those, we should have at least 2 5-minute paranormals. So it's going to go part 1, part 2, paranormal, 5 minute, then part 1, part 2, 5 minute, then part 1, part 2, 5 minute. I think that would be, And again, you'll notice that too. We're always playing with the format of how we present the investigations. Do we want to do, because at one time what we were doing was I would do 2 5-minute paranormals, then it'd be an investigation part 1, a 5-minute paranormal, and then another investigation. And that worked to an extent. I think having a week in between part 1 and part 2 might have been asking too much. So I think instead of it, because again, you know, it's funny, Steve Saylor, who has been our advisor on YouTube since he's been on YouTube for over a decade, Steve said to me, yeah, I think you guys take too long of a break. And I'm like, well, unfortunately, I think it's gonna have to be that way, because unlike Paranormal Encounters and unlike Amy's Crypt and unlike Paranormal Quest, they're doing this full time, but they have the numbers to be able to do this full time. They have the memberships and the Patreons that they can do it full time. And they are doing, you know, like an investigation a week. And I love that, but I also hope that they are making sure they're making time for themselves. Because that's asking a lot. that is asking a lot from yourself. And I know there are some audience members. I mean, Arelis and I, like I've said, we're fans of Paranormal Quest, and I totally get that. I'm more than happy seeing them produce stuff on a regular basis. But I also wouldn't be upset if they said, hey, we're gonna start season here and end the season here and take a 3 or 4 month break. Fine. Take care of yourselves, guys. Take care of yourselves, because if you're not taking care of yourself, you're kind of on the fast track to burnout, and I would hate to see that happen. And I know Connor Biddle is going through a lot of ups and downs right now. So my heart's going out to you, buddy. I hope you're well. I hope you're good. Again, I do feel like that the way we do it, yeah, we are taking a pretty big break. It's a little longer than I expected. I did not really want to launch in April. I wanted to launch this month, but I like the idea of doing a full weekend of programming with OSI. And my thought is, okay, our seasons run from April to October, and that's our season, April to October. And then we have our Halloween special, which we kind of, you know, tap out and take a break. And then we finish with our holiday special. And our holiday special is usually like an investigation somewhere. We might be going back. We might be going back to. I wouldn't. It would not surprise me at all if we went back to the Balladary Inn, because the Balladary Inn. Balladary Inn was me and Pip. Phil was not there, and I think he would enjoy the Balladary Inn. But if we can find another haunted bed and breakfast for the holidays, sure, why not? I wouldn't say no to that. But ending our investigation season with a holiday special, I think would be fun. And then we take our break, and then we come back either March or April. We have deduced February was too early. March I thought was perfect, but I guess we'll see how April goes, and just see how the content plays out. But I do like the idea of having that break after Christmas, and then January and February and even March, we take a breath, or we start looking for places to go to, because January, February, March, while those are winter months, that's also fewer. That is not the tourism season, and so places that we want to go to may be a little more open for us to be there. The other thing that I like about the break is that, yeah, maybe our investigations take a break, but you know, the Grim Gazette will still be going out. We still have our YouTube shorts going out, and that's fine. That's fine. It's, you know, I'd rather have that peak content be between spring and fall, and then just give ourselves a chance to go out and investigate. Now, would I like to go full time with this? Sure, I'd love to go full time with ghost hunting. Golly day, yeah. How feasible is it? Well, that's a different story altogether. That's a different story altogether. I mean, obviously, it would take to have it would take a lot for us to. We'd have to have way more subs and way more backers. That is not a pressure for people. I want to make sure that's clear. But we'd have to have way more memberships and stuff like that to be able to do that. But right now, if you wanted to know what are we aiming for financially, we just want to break even. If we could break even, that's progress. That's straight up progress right there. So yeah, we'll just have to see how it goes, right? We'll just have to see how it goes. And yeah, but right now, I mean, the bigger question that you got to ask yourself when you're doing this is, am I having fun? Am I? Shoot, I forgot to put up the new schedule. Okay, well that's fine because then I can actually say on there Friday night. Yeah, nope, no bueno, not here. But I do have the OSI weekend, which is something I'm proud of. Am I having fun, Arelis? The answer is, I mean, you can hear it. Yes, I'm having fun. I'm having a good time. Not only am I having fun, Pip is having fun. You know, ghost hunting is Phil's happy place. Even though you didn't see Phil at the Wayside Inn, that broke him. That didn't break him, but it broke his heart. It broke his heart that he wasn't able to join us. And you know, he's looking forward to what's coming at Clifton Forge, and we're finding out the thing. I'm finding out more about Clifton Forge, which I have to figure out how we can tap into that. It turns out that Clifton Forge is considered one of the most haunted corners of Virginia. I'm going to say that again, everybody. It is one of the most haunted corners of Virginia.
Well, pitter patter, let's get at her.
And I'm like, okay, that's good to know.
Figured it.
But the reason why I need to do a little more mental gymnastics on that is because Spence wants OSI to sort of kind of lead a charge, if you will, and help out this town and get the town involved in the paranormal. And what I would tell people about that is, okay, if you want to do that, you got to ask yourself, how hard are we going to lean in? And here's where I would advise somebody on the town council or whatever, if you're going to lean into the paranormal, lean in gently. Because if you lean in too hard, people are going to be like shenanigans and they're going to leave. And where I think you want to look at as a really good template, don't necessarily look at Salem, Massachusetts. Look at Gettysburg. And what Gettysburg has going for it is they've got the history. The thing is, so does Clifton Forge. They have a lot of history involving the railway, involving mining, and involving maybe even the Civil War. I have to check with Spence on that. But one of the things that they've also got going for them that is an untapped resource that they really need to figure out how to tap that resource. They have an underground city. Let me say that again for the kids in the back. They have an underground city. Yeah. And I mean, there's a lot you could do with that. Did Tunnel Girl make it? No, Tunnel Girl didn't make it. Blah, 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 blah. Tunnel Girl did not make it. But the problem with the underground city is right now it is not lit. There's no power down there, so it's basically just vacant areas. Some of them are tidied up a bit, but they basically have to reconnect some of the areas of that underground city, and that's going to take some cash. We take torches. Look, if there's anything we have learned, if there's anything okay, now hang on a second. You might be onto something here, because instead of torches, instead of open flames, lanterns. Lanterns might not be a bad thing, but the reason why you want to have some kind of lighting system, because I did the underground tour for Seattle, and the Seattle underground tour is actually pretty damn cool. But, and I tell you something else too, I was not into ghost hunting in that. I was not into ghost hunting at that point, but there was a vibe. There was a heavy vibe in that underground Seattle. It was a heavy vibe. Now, that being said, one of the reasons why you want to have some kind of light system down there, and it doesn't have to be it's got to be bright enough where people see the path, and here's why. We are a very litigious, I believe that's the word, litigious, yeah. We like to sue people, and all it takes is one person to trip, and you got issues. So you got to make sure, one, the place is accessible, two, the exits are clearly marked, and three, there's no chance of, I mean, of course, your guides plural, your guides would have lanterns in case of a power failure. But it would be interesting to see how much effort it would take to make that underground city available. And there's some history in there. And if you lean into that history more than the paranormal, if you stay with the history, but then give a little bit of a paranormal slant, there's a lot of potential to be had. The paranormal tourism is a thing. Paranormal tourism is a thing. It is a lucrative industry. And yeah. And we're gonna be some of the first people to go down there and investigate. So it should be interesting. All right. Let's go ahead and let's wrap up tonight. We are rating Ash Said Hi, because I love rating Ash. And if you've got a tier 1 sub, of course, you should have access to these. Hello? Hello? All right, where are my raid? Really? Let's try up here. T raid. Okay, that's weird. Huh. All right, then we're just going to go ahead and raid Ash. I don't know why my raid stuff isn't working. You know what? I bet you something's gone pear-shaped over at Stream Elements. It wouldn't be the first time. But it is T-Raid. So we'll just go on ahead. We'll just say hey when we get there. All right, everybody. You know what to do. Make sure that Ash knows that she's loved by the Monster Mash. We will talk to you all. We'll all talk to you on Thursday. Okay? See you then. Until then, stay weird. Peace.
Chronicles. Oh my God, Glover. T! Hello, T. How are you? Welcome. Welcome, Raiders. If you've never been here, my name is Ash, and I play retro games and Nintendo games. We were just taking a look at the bitmap book that I got for Nintendo 64. Hello. Cheers from the Monster Mash. Hello. How do I say your name? Is that L? Or is that I? I can't tell if it's L or I or one. Hello. Hi, Austin Cavello. We're looking at the Bitmap book, Nintendo 64 Visual Compendium. It's really nice. T, how was your broadcast? WrestleMania 2000 is good. Oh my gosh, let me tell you, Gary, me and my cousin spent hours on the character creator. Hours on the character creator there. It was so much fun. It's pronounced barcode. Oh, big brain. That's true. That's true, Q-Man. I tried to play some of the Nintendo 64 games on Nintendo 64 online. The only ones that I enjoyed were Paper Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, and Yoshi's Story. I did try to play Majora's Mask. It was tough for you. What makes it a little easier is the controller, for sure. I played WrestleMania with my cousin too. Everyone, please make sure to go follow the T Monster. T is really wonderful and is a ghost hunter and a podcaster and a writer. So please make sure to go and follow the T Monster and welcome in. Had a Grim Gazette. Weird news and spooky stuff. I love that. I love that. I think I saw your tweet about it. What was the weirdest news today? Did it come with a PDF? It does. Yes, Jawbreaker. It comes with a digital PDF. Now, I would show it on stream because that would be a great way to review the book. But they put your first and last name in the PDF so that way if you distribute it, you know, like if you upload it somewhere, they can track it back to you. Like there's like a serial number associated with the PDF. So you can't show it. I can't show it on stream. A guy legally named D's Nuts was arrested on a misdemeanor charge. Wow. That's a story. That's a story. I saw that. Love it. It's personal. It's personalized. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Give Majora's Mask another try. Yeah, I love Majora's Mask. Yeah, I love Majora's Mask. Oops, sorry, chat. They standing on business. Yeah, they don't want you to share that PDF. So it's serialized. So you can't just like show it. I mean, unless you want, you know, don't mind that information being out there. You know, some people don't mind. But yeah. Majora's Mask had to grow on me. I can't remember how I felt about Majora's Mask when I first played it. I think I really liked it, but there were some parts that were hard. The debunk had to debunk the Ghost Brothers expedition. That hurt a bit, as I am a fan. Oh, yeah, that's always not fun, right? Apparently some people are named D's Nuts. Wow. Wow. Majora's Mask is the world's okayest Zelda, says Austin. What made it okayest for you? We're gonna play